officer still stands for something? No. Offender in custody?
Yo. Oh, I get pumped up every time I hear that song. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for hopping in. I appreciate you. Thank you for hopping in earlier. If you did, I appreciate you very much. Talked about the green car, showed why it's not suspicious. If you'd like to check out the video, I made it short, and we have a little bit of comedy from me and Silky. Just a little bit, but no more green car. Called the Moscow Police Department. Just gave, just as a concerned citizen, everything that I said I was going to say in my live this morning. I went ahead and set it. I recorded it. And showed the mods too, because I wanted the mods to at least see and hear the call that I placed, just as a concerned citizen. So, thank you to Echo for suggesting that. I appreciate that. As soon as we got done with the show, as soon as we were done with the show this morning, I called them right away and just kind of let them know. Detective Golden, ticket number 5. Thank you very much. Kib Kitty, ticket number 6. Steve W., if the house was a target, is there a new destination? It's a good question, right? It's a good question. Because to say that that's the only party house, like we were talking last night, to say that's the only party house that has easy access or whatever, right? It can't be. But what's important is nothing has taken place since that we know of. So we'll see what happens. Damn, we got number 8. We got number 8. And we got number 8. Well, what's up, everybody? Joanne, ticket number 9. Thank you. Police incident report logs of all the call logs. And there's been lots of stuff going on still in that area since that day. Scarlet K9, ticket number 10. Thank you. Crime Solver, ticket number 12. Because I shoved some booms out of the way trying to cut in front of... Oh, Crime Solver. Kelly Miller, what's up? How are you? Lucky Golden, ticket number 12. Crime Solver in the comedy. You should put comedy Crime Solver. Crime Solver. Ticket number 13, Caddy. What's up? How are you? Someone's scalping fakes. Must be the booms. See what I'm saying? Comedy Crime Solver. Or Crime Solver with comedy. One of the two. You're always coming in here with comedy. What's up, Katrina? How are you? Oh, I went to sleep. Yeah, I took a nap myself. Just a real quick one. Maybe 15, 20 minutes. And then I woke up and I was like, oh, shoot. The show's supposed to start in 5. Yeah. I have not been getting good sleep at all the last couple nights. Not at all. And I'm just... I mean, then after the shows, I'm still working another few hours. Anyone planning on watching the... I don't... Whoa. Why are they taking a lie detector test? What's up with that? What is up with that? Had a panic attack during the test. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. When did that case, what was that, 2000? What was that, 2007 or something? When did that case take place? What's up, Mary? Ticket number 18, Mama 5. What was that, like 2007 or something? 2004? D. Marie, ticket number 23. Wow, the mom had a panic attack? What's up, Undercover and Investigator's Insight, ticket number 28. Thank you for hopping in. I never really watched that one. What's up, Legendary? How are you doing? Never really watched it. Teresa, how are you as well? Mama 5, ticket number 20. Thank you. Appreciate you. What's up, Cherry Cherry? Can't stay. Oh, prayers. Everybody's getting so sick this year. Dandy Patch, ticket number 21. Thank you. That's a cool name. That's a cool name. Diana, ticket number 34. Oh, thank you, Joanne. Thank you for the kind words. Earlier, it's just my concern for this lady, that owns that car. That's why I called the frickin' police. Moscow. I was like, yo. First, I talked to some lady that just answers the phone. And then after I told her what I told her, then she transferred me to somebody else. And then I talked to her and just kind of let her know, like, where I and us as a community were coming from. It's like, yo, if it's not too much trouble and it's not out of their way, when they're doing their normal route by the home, can you please just do a couple swing throughs the back lot there, just to make sure everybody's safe and there's nothing fucking crazy going on, because it is dark as shit back there. Ticket number 30. Thank you for hopping in. 49 or 50. Hey, hey. Knowledge, what's up? How are you? Hey. 2008. Okay. 2008. Yoli, ticket number 37. How are you? Some people, they mistake my passion for like anger and stuff, and it's not anger. It's like I give you 150 of me. You know what I mean? So like I'm just worried about this lady earlier. That's what I'm like. I tried to be cool. I didn't even say anything mean or nothing. I just said, hey, it's not suspicious. This is the lady. And all of a sudden it was like, whoa. Well, I don't want to let, I don't, to have these videos keep being made. It's like, come on. You guys are playing with people's real lives here. What's up? Ticket number 17. What if that was your mom or your aunt or your sister? You know what I'm saying? And somebody was like, yo. I mean, you should. I don't know. You got to refresh sometimes too. You got to refresh. But there's never going to be a double number for a t-shirt. You're always going to have the correct number and order of that specific t-shirt and what number of t-shirt has been made of that t-shirt. People are just, I don't know. Shout out to Silky Southern Tea for hanging out on our show earlier. Swampside Chick, ticket number 40. Lordy. I love the wordplay there. I love it. That's awesome. All right, let me see here. So, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to share some stuff on Twitter here real quick. And then we're going to get into the goods of the night. We're going to have a little bit of case chat at first, discussing some of the things that we were discussing in the part 2 of the key interviews of the Casalvas family. We're going to go into those things here for a little bit. And then we're going to get into the rest of that interview that they had and watch a couple smaller clips. So I'll be right back, do the switcheroo, and then we're going to get into it. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Appreciate you so much. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way to help. Appreciate you. We'll be right back. All right, so the first thing we're going to share is a couple things from Twitter here real quick. I want to say thank you to AG. Put some information out there. So, shout out from AG, Evil CJ community. So, Kaylee had an Apple Watch. Does anyone have any confirmation that she was wearing it the night of the crime? Does anybody have any confirmation that she was wearing it the night of the crime? If you'd like to go show some love on this Twitter post, here's... hold on. Here's the link to the Twitter post. If you're on Twitter, you can go show some love. Thank you, AG, for putting not only this information, but a lot of the information that you put out there for the true crime community. We appreciate it here from our community, and thank you for being a part of our community as we sit here and discuss these things. So I don't know. That's something I hadn't done any work for. So I'm curious out there if anybody has anything on this Apple Watch. I have pics, but it's sleeves. Yeah, because we were looking at the Grub Truck video last night. I know it'd be pretty hard. I know it'd be... Yep, is on Twitter. X. I know it'd be pretty hard to get from the Grub Truck. Now, when it came to my view, like I said, StreamYard, whenever you're showing a video full screen, it doesn't allow you. It has like a thing that, like a film type thing that goes over the screen for wherever you're playing the video, so you can hit the pause and move the video. Well, unfortunately, that whole thing blocks the part where you can go full screen mode on StreamYard. So whenever we were watching that, my screen was like this big, so I couldn't tell if there was anything or not, or if there was any kind of viewpoint. But I don't know. Let me know if you did. If you did, let me know where at you saw it, and we can go check it out. I won't be able to go full screen unless I upload my video to YouTube. Other than that, we could probably use another version if you guys wanted to look into it. But I don't know. She was wearing a sweater. It probably was pretty hard to even tell. The next thing I want to share is to Audrey. Thank you to Audrey for putting this information out there. Why would the private lab / Ortham only create a partial family tree? If you're on, if you're on Twitter or X, and let me switch this up so you can actually see her whole page there. So this is Audrey. In the footnote on the bottom of page 4 in the state's motion for protective order filed on June 16th, 2023, it states, for ease of reference, this motion focuses on the FBI's IGG efforts. The state is also seeking to protect the partial family tree created by the private lab, and it should be protected for the same reasons the FBI's IGG efforts should be protected. Now, does that not mean they're not going to give it up? Right here in the footnote on the bottom of page 4. So you go to page 4. In the footnote right here. Oh, no, it goes small. Hold on. Let me switch my screen and it'll zoom it up. All right, there you go. That should be pretty good. For the ease of reference, this motion focuses on the FBI's IGG efforts. The state is also seeking to protect the partial family tree created by the private lab, and it should be protected for the same reasons the FBI's IGG efforts should be protected. Now, does that mean that they got the IGG documents? That, the night before December 1st, when there was all these, all these documents that they handed over. I've been telling you guys this whole time. Who knows who's to say it's not a bunch of blank pages that say redacted and have headers on them. When they've been telling you this whole time from the beginning that they don't have it, they're not going to use it, they don't have it. How can they supply something they simply don't have? We're going to keep asking them. We're going to keep reaching out. We're going to let them know the time of the essence. We're going to before the last court hearing, the court hearing before that, They're just gonna keep it. They're just gonna keep stalling shit, and then it's gonna be early 2024, February, March. Then the court's finally gonna go. Okay, let's just go. Let's just continue. It's already January. The people back in November that are saying there's going to be a document dump, where's it been? What does it look like? It looks like it's going to continue to be the same thing. We don't have it. I mean, here, we gave you a bunch of papers. I mean, you guys wanted everything. Well, here's the papers that are redacted and are just a header and really have nothing. That's why we never gave them to you in the first place. But if you want everything, if you want everything, we'll go ahead and give you the blank pieces of paper and the headers and the redaction. Yeah, I mean, what's up, Lynn T? Ticket number 47. Thank you. Darla Hurst, I think this is going to go down. Never solved. I hope not, for the family's sake. Because as we're watching these key interviews from the Consalvas family, I hope not. Because especially last night's episode, and it's going to be continuing the interview that we were watching last night. We're going to be continuing that interview here tonight, and it's already heartbreaking. If you guys know what if you guys were here last night and you watched that first part that we got into towards the end of the show, where she's wearing the justice with the hearts and stuff, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to hear her. And you know what? Oh my gosh, I can't imagine how she would be feeling if it was like that. I hope not. And that's why we continue to talk about the case like we do, and we continue to question things that we think should be questioned as a community, because none of us want this case to go cold or unsolved, or any case. That's why we're here. We're here to try and help that. People that we aren't even connected to, people that we aren't even related to, just from one soul to another, because you don't want to see another soul suffer. And that's why we're here. Ticket number 50. Thank you, Richard. Appreciate that. Hell no, knowledge. Hell no. No way. Man. So I wanted to share that. Shout out to Audrey. Appreciate that. This was a little cool video. If you guys remember from Truth and Transparency, shout out Truth and Transparency, all her hard work. There was, the frat student Dave. AG put a post out there as well. Throwback Thursday. Here's another link for AG. And I thought this was a pretty cool post, and I wanted to share this with you guys here today as well. Let me rewind this, and then we'll get this one playing here.
You wake up in the morning on November 13th. Can you just describe your day?
I don't remember exactly when I woke up. I just remember waking up and opening up my Snapchat, and there were dozens of Snapchat messages in all the group chats. And I just remember it was just kind of whack. And then I got up and I was getting ready for work. And then when I kind of woken up a little bit more, I started to go through them because I did not want to have to read a lot of shit early in the morning. And then I ended up I was just sitting there scrolling through it, and then I opened up the messages, and then there it was. It was holy shit, did you guys hear about what happened? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm scrolling up, and there's just, lines and lines and lines of text. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone's awake. And this is before 9:30 on a Sunday. And I remember that because I had to go to work, and I ended up not going because I wanted to be with my brothers, right? Kind of obvious. But yeah, and I don't remember what the exact time I woke up, but I remember we were all talking about it. We all knew about it. And like my boss, my coworkers were texting me later, asking me like if everything was okay, and they had even heard about things. They heard like it was a shooting and stuff like that. So, and yeah, it was kind of weird because like at the beginning, everyone said like at the beginning, like the very first messages where people were talking about the stabbings, or like a stabbing had occurred. And then it changed to an OD, and it was just kind of weird. Like looking back on it, it changed to an OD so quickly, and like nobody questioned it, and like we didn't question it either because we knew there were drugs in that house, and like just genuinely thought like, okay, they got a bad batch, and that's just what happened, right? Because you see it on the news, it happens in bigger cities.
So you said you had to go to work, and you said you had to be to work at 9:30. So this would have happened before, like you got to work.
No, this was definitely and it was like I don't know, 5-10 minute drive to work, and like I had to like get ready too. So you're talking like well before 9 o'clock in the morning at least.
You know, whoa, hold on a second. Thank you, Richard. Contribution call out. Let me get that for you. Contribution call out for Super Chat stickers, memberships, Cash Apps, and Venmos. I want you to play artsy with me, the Rich Lounge Variety Show. Let's show a different side of you. I need time first, buddy. Thank you so much for the $5 contribution. I appreciate you. Hopefully in the future, like for real. But man, the work is I was able to get on my police simulator game today for about 20-25 minutes. And I'm starting to, once every, I played it a couple times in the last couple weeks, so I'm starting to try and get a little bit of free time there. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. When it's going into the stuff that we've been watching with these interviews, and you heard them talking about how they got a call around 1-ish when they were sitting there watching football. The Consalves family, Christy was saying this, got a call around 1-ish. They were watching football with the family, and like that Dave said, they had heard that people came in there and did that. And they had to sit there for over a couple hours, and call and no answer, and call Maddie's phone and no answer, and call Jack's phone and no answer. And then they're talking to somebody else, one of their other family members that was heading that way. They were on the road trying to get there as fast as they could to show up. And the MPD 4:30. Do you think Brian knows there are people like us questioning his guilt and the evidence? Well, Cheryl, we've heard, I mean, there's nothing that's like confirmation or anything, but we've heard that, from media, that all he does is watch videos about his case, and that's it. So I'm sure he watches a lot of these shows. I'm sure he does. You won't see him, obviously, because they're not allowed to comment or have a profile or anything like that. But yeah, they can, if there's tablet access, they can click on YouTube and watch the shows. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the teams are watching them, just to see what, like, public opinion, to see what people are discussing about certain parts of it. I'm sure. Yeah, they kept changing it. The coroner's statements in the beginning of the case, I remember, because we started this show right right around the time that the case happened. And when we were listening to the press conferences and we were listening to the coroner reports or the interviews when she was coming out with them, or articles that just kept getting crazier and crazier. Speaking of tomorrow, we are going to be having a special tomorrow for the anniversary of the PCA coming out. So tomorrow we're going to have replays of the live shows of BK's arrest and the PCA drop. And so it'll be a special. If you want to come hang out tomorrow, here's the link for that. For our little special that we have going on tomorrow, where we're gonna watch the old episodes, the old lives way back then. You're talking 12:30 and 1:05. You want to talk early CJ? Like, that's early CJ, because I'm probably, let me see, when he was arrested, I might have been not even 2 months into my show. Something like that. Not even 2 months into my show, I think, when he was arrested. And then it was just a few days later when the PCA dropped. So you're going to see some early retro CJ. And I apologize. I get better every day, trust me. So you're going to see a lot of not got better from way back then, So I apologize in advance. I haven't watched them, so I don't know if the production's junk or what, but we're gonna hang back. We're gonna see what we were talking about live while those two things happened, if you guys want to hang out for that. All right, let me see. I thought there was one more thing. Nope, that's it. That's it for Twitter. All right, now let me see here. All right, so I was going to share this video here. Now, there was drone footage from... What's up, Amy? Thank you for hopping in. Give me 1 second. Drop that link in there. There's the link for this video. Now, this is a different version of the drone video. And I'm going to share the channel with you guys here in a second. I wasn't subbed. I went ahead and subbed. And I'm going to go ahead and share it with you. Different version of the drone footage. The other one was from the local TV station. If you want that, let me know and I can drop that link too. And there we go. What's up, Amy? What's up, Latitude? How are you doing? Thank you for hopping in. I'm neutral in all the scenes. People, hey, what they eat don't make me shit, Number 54, I swear when I first saw live, CJ was sitting outside on his deck. Oh, I was traveling. So that was probably in the summer, in the fall, maybe, somewhere around there. Yeah, it's so nice out. I love doing the shows on the deck when I'm out there. All right, so this is Jane Heathley, Quaker lady. Unraveled Uncut is the handle for the channel if you'd like to go sub. We'll be checking out a little bit of this here real quick. This is some drone footage. Pretty neat. We'll see what it looks like. Looks like there's some news crews out there. And speaking of, all the people, listen, I got to share all the people, because when it comes to this 1126 being the property that had the camera that was right on 1112, like Steve G states in his demo statement, Take a screenshot, please. Is this full screen? Here. There is no camera hanging off the damn roof of the back corner of 1112. The pictures that people are sending me, that's a vehicle on the street behind the frickin' property. You can see right here. This is perfect. You look at this angle right here. Take your screenshot. There is no frickin' camera. I told you guys. There's no camera hanging off the edge of that roof. This is the day that everything was going down. I don't think people that lived at 1112 hurried up and ran down and took their camera off the edge of the roof in that back left corner there. You know? Perfect shot. There's nothing there. You see what I'm saying? When you get that other angle and it gets turned this way, there's vehicles on that street behind, which then makes it look like there's something hanging off that roof. And it's not. There's nothing there. Great shot. See? You can continue to see it. Look, there's nothing on that. See? There's nothing. There's another good shot. See? That's another good shot right there. There's nothing. There's nothing. They didn't just go run and take it down before the cops showed up, you know? Great footage. Again, look. There's nothing hanging off that corner. There is no camera, okay? There's 3 good angles right there for you. 3 good angles. There's more. There's another one. There's nothing hanging off that back left corner of 1112. Or, yeah, 1112. It's great footage. Definitely go sub to the channel. What's up, AG? It is excellent footage. I mean, trust me, I'm not saying, you know, the pictures, I appreciate them because it definitely looks, you know, but as soon as I got them, I'm like, I'm responding and I'm like, yo, that's not a camera. We've already checked it out 3 different years, 21, 22, and 23. There was no camera on that back left corner. Wow, this is good footage. What's up, American Princess? Thank you, AG. Yeah, Cheryl, that's what I'm saying. Like, everything is so scrunched together up there. This is 11/13/22 is when this took place. Damn, I need one of these. This is good footage. It's so sad that house is gone. And see right there? That door right there. The door right there where that little porch is, because there's a door around the other side too for the apartment. This is another apartment that faces straight to the frickin' sliding glass door. Now this doesn't serve justice because when I'm there, that house, the footage doesn't show you how close everything is together. It's amazing. We did Google Maps. It was 70 feet. 70 feet. That's it. Yeah, I've never seen this before. I never even knew about this channel. I just ended up subbing yesterday or the day before. Yesterday or the day before. This is crazy. Shit, if there was one sitting, why not? If you're there, or you're by the area, and you have it already ready to go, why not? This is great footage. I mean, damn. Oh, wow, they're way back. Oh, so they must be parked at Taylor Avenue Apartments. They must be at Taylor Avenue Apartments in the parking lot or something. You got news crew down there to the bottom right. All their cars parked up in there like it ain't no thing. There'll be a couple more. Yeah. Right, Kelly? This is the drone footage right here. Fuck, this is crazy. This is... Let me see here. Let me put it back up there. Unraveled Uncut, but the name... This is the channel, the handle, but the name is Jane Heatley Quaker Lady, but it's Unraveled Uncut. Exactly. It's shitty ass. I mean, really. The one CJ is pointing at is where HJ lived, ain't it? Yeah. They were all over that block on there, on the King Road right there. That little section right there, all of them. They zoom in. Ooh, this is going to be a good shot. To show you guys the parking lot compared. Watch this. Oh, keep going to the right, please. Keep going to the right. No. Keep going to the right. Turn around. Like, get the parking lot in the view. Whoa. Whoa. Look, you can look through those things and see right over under the deck. Ain't that creepy? See what I'm saying? Watch this. So you're remember? I was telling you guys last night. What if you're standing up there, you're looking through there, Nobody can see you. And look, watch my cursor. Right there where all that deck is. You can see down there. Swing to the right, please. Swing to the right. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. No. Keep going. Keep going. What is going on? Turn to the right. Get the parking lot, please. Get the parking lot, please. Dang, there. This is wow. Wow. The garbage from the cat. The garbage on the ground from the cat. Look at the screen that's laying there on the ground. And the person had to navigate those stools too as they came out. So they did that on purpose to lock the door. They did that on purpose to lock the door. This is crazy. No footprints, no. Let me rewind it a little bit. Nothing. There's nothing. There's no change of color anywhere on that floor. There's no change of color anywhere. Take a screenshot. You see a change of color in it, circle it and send it to me. I don't. I don't even. And when you're talking about the frame for the door, yeah, look. It's completely straight and level, and there's no pry to it or nothing. The only thing that looks odd to us is the damn screen laying on the ground over there. And it looks bent like it was pulled off, but the bulbs were still on. What's up, typically? Do you guys see something? I have no idea. Yeah, they put them stools there to brace the door shut to keep it closed. What do you got? I don't know. What do you guys see? Take a screenshot. Here's the link for the video again. Let's see if we can get this channel to 1K. I don't know why they don't have 1K. Shit, they got 19,000 views on this video. Why you only got 650? What's up with that? I don't know. I don't really see nothing. Here's a zoom back version. My gosh, look at the siding right here. Look at how shitty of a siding job that is. Look. That is a shit siding job. Look at this. Look at that. Look at those two pieces of siding right there. They're coming outside the corner. That is a shit siding job. All right, I'll pause it there if you want to take another screenshot. Here, why don't we do this? Hold on. Why don't we do this? Let's zoom it. All right, let's shrink me down. Let's get me down to about right there. Let's go like that, like that. Let's do this. Here, I'll back up a little bit and I'll let you guys get some more. All right, so there's one. We'll zoom in. Ooh, hold on. I'll get you a good pause of that one too. So there's that. I hate how it has the red line down there. Man, that whole section popped out. Oh my gosh. I bet this place had mold issues and shit. Just from the shoddiness of the deck and the siding and the I bet this place, I bet they dealt with mold. I bet they dealt with mold and all right, we'll pause it right there because you'll get a different angle as they zoom back. So I'll pause it here and there for you guys. Let me get rid of my banner too. There you go. What's up, LA? How are you doing today? Yeah, the guy from the vape shop. I can't find that video. No, it's not private. Here's the link to the video. There's the link to it. All right, let me play it a little bit more. Okay, I'll let it sit there for a minute. Yeah, that's what I was. Not you don't even have to stand on the floor undercover. There's a retaining wall that goes along that side of the house from the front to the back on that side that's on the Queen Road side. You could literally took a couple of those and stepped on them and got up. Plus, there was cinder blocks that were next to the grill. I mean, that back right corner of 1122. Yeah, we've been saying it this whole time. You could get yourself up there, no problem. And you know, when the officers are even saying, "Hey, there's no access on this deck," somebody might not, they might not lock that sliding glass door up there sometimes, What's up, Jackie? Thank you for hopping in. All right, let me play this just a little bit more. We'll get you a different angle. All right, now they sit there for a minute, and you can just take a screenshot while it moves because they just sit there. All right, so we'll leave that there. What's on the left side? What do you... Yeah, I think the cat was going through the trash, and that's what The cat got spooked going through the garbage, and then it darted. And that's where the cat came from. Everybody's like, "Where's the cat? Why would a cat be there? Why would it?" Well, maybe it was digging in the food in the garbage can for its next meal. Especially when the garbage is sitting tipped over like that in its pizza boxes, you know? That's not even the garbage in the can. The garbage next to it that's laying on the ground. Space Junkie, what's up? How are you? Raccoons. Yeah, because look, that garbage. It'll zoom out and you'll see it again. Not only the garbage on top of the can, but when it zooms out, you'll see that garbage sitting there. Then, I mean, hell, think about it. People leave crusts from pizza slices. They might even leave a couple pieces in there. And you got a opened garbage bag, which I think it was the cat wanted to get in there and eat some pizza. Is gonna try and get some, maybe even had a couple bites, and then got spooked by whatever was going on in the house, probably a scream, and then darted. All right, we'll go ahead and pause it. We'll leave it there. Whoa, hold on. Get one more shot there. So there, you can get that shot. What are you guys seeing on the left? I don't know what you guys are seeing. I mean, I could definitely see that's why it darted off and went in between the house down there. What is the cable? The cable? The cable's for the string light, the Christmas bulbs. Look. So if you zoom in, see the bulb right there? See the bulb? Can you see my cursor? I don't know if you can see my cursor. There's a bulb right here from the bulb lights that were hanging up, and that's what's plugged in, because you can see the cord goes right to it, right up to that first bulb, and the bulb's on. So it's just the cord for the bulbs that go around. See? You can see all the bulbs lit up. The infamous ladder. That's weird. That's a good eye right there. Look at that. That looks... It looks moist. Those rocks look moist. Let's see if they zoom in. Those rocks look moist. Is that as far as they can go? Hold on, let me go. What? Melted snow? No. Mud? I don't know. Why would there be mud there? You know what I'm saying? It's if you're walking up and down the side of the house, hold on. We'll get the watch. That's not a part you walk. Look. You're talking right next to that pipe right there. That's not a part that you walk, because look, is that your thud? Is that your fucking thud? That's your fucking thud. Look at that jump from where that pipe is. Look at the pipe on the house. You're jumping down. That's, if you back up that SUV to the back of that retaining wall, that SUV's probably only this high from those rocks. That would make a thump. And look at the shit that's... Hold on, I gotta take a picture because it looks like those... It looks like some of that retaining wall came apart. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Let's see, 1037. Right there. Hold on. $10.36. Give me 1 second. I gotta get an exact 4, 5. Okay, I'll get that screenshot. Let's take a look at these two screenshots real quick. This is weird. Hold on. Hold on. We're gonna do some looking here. I wonder if that retaining wall came apart. Let's see. One. Let's see. 2, 3. You see this discoloration right here between these two bricks? You see that discoloration? It's a lot lighter, right? You see that? That's one of your fucking pieces. Right here was the spot for that guy right there. This guy was sitting right here. In between, it was sitting halfway on one and halfway on the other. That's why you have the lighter side, and the reason that you have the lighter shade right there is because of the weathering. It remained a lighter shade because it didn't have all the elements that were constantly hitting it being exposed out in the open. It was protected from the block that was sitting on it, and that's how they put those retaining walls, is they have them stacked half and half. That baby fell down. Let me get a closer pic. Here. That baby fell down. Look, you can see it. You see the discoloration? Here, let me get rid of this. Oh, what happened? Hold on. You see the discoloration? That's not a footprint. That's where the other block was at. The block. This block that's down here was up there. But why? Okay, so that would mean, and then you got moist. Then you got moist on. So that could be the thump as well. Look, you got cinder. But why would. Why would those rocks be moist? So if somebody's jetting out of this fucking house and they're trying to, let's say they leave the sliding glass door and they're trying to hurry up and get away and they run, and to save a couple seconds they just step here and jump down, trying to hurry, momentum, and then all of a sudden the block falls. That thing's heavy, and then it's hitting dirt. It makes a. But why would somebody? But why would it be moist if they didn't know how the person left the crime scene and there's nothing on this cement slab? Why would there even. So all this shit happened before? I don't know. It's pretty coincidental that you have a spot that one of these blocks fell down because you can see the discoloration from being protected from the natural weathering. You can see the discoloration half and half. Why would that be separated? I don't know. We'll have to look more into that. No, not. I don't know. I don't know. Something is just really freaking weird with it. And then you combine that with that block. I mean, it's pretty obvious that block was sitting there and it fell down. I mean, the weathering right there. That's something that just took place. So why would that block have fallen? And why is there a sketchy wet spot that looks like oil? Not color, but I'm saying the thickness of the fluid looks like damn oil. It's not like water. There's a thickness to it. All right, I'm going to pause it right here. See this big tree right here? If you see, you got this pole with the red. You got this pole with the red. You see this dark spot right here under the word of. That's the tree that you see in my footage. When I tell you guys all I have to do is walk a couple feet to the left and ship. Steps to the slab. See? You see the cars back there. This is great footage. Look at how close it is to Queen Road. See the retaining wall? You can definitely look at all the stuff to the side. You can definitely take a couple of those blocks. Let's see if any of those are missing. I doubt it, though. Oh, come on. Swing around, buddy. Swing around. Wow. Look at that. With the curtains shut, the blackout curtains. And that door is completely shut. This is good stuff. Throw that up there real quick and then I'll keep putting it up there. See the elevation? You see that? Look at this. If it turns more to the right, it just keeps going higher and higher and higher. It's so easy to get disoriented with your direction. If you're just, whoa. Oh, so they parked right here. Wow. Well, that's awesome. Here's the link again for the footage. Wow. I can't believe I never seen that before. That's good stuff. There's the link. Go show some love on the video. Hit the sub. Check it out for yourself. We'll talk about it more in a future show coming up. I mean, that's some good stuff right there. I don't know. I don't know if it's a footprint. I don't know. Something is just really, really odd. Something is just really, really odd with that. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it yet. I'm going to look more into it. We got some, speaking of information, got some information on that private driver we might have to go into in the future here. Yeah, that stone is right there. The stone is right there. And you can tell the weathering. So that's something that's recent. I'm not saying it took place on 11/12 or 11/13 or whatever, but what I'm saying is it was pretty damn recent. Pretty damn recent. How tall is the wall? Let's see. What is that ladder tip? Here, let me scoot me over to the side. What is the typical size of that ladder? Does anybody want to look it up and see? Home Depot, Lowe's. Y'all want to look it up? It's got to have a dimensions. Here, we'll zoom it in. If you can give me measurement of that ladder, we can figure out how tall that is. I would say about 10 feet. Because if you think about it, a typical story is 10 feet. Approximately. It's one story. Typically. So I would say typically probably 10 feet. Last night, somebody in the community was comparing it as well. Said 10 feet. I would say 10 feet. It does, Yoli. It's horrible. Flipped the breaker before they entered. Oof. Right. Wow, this is amazing footage. I bet you I bet you that just seeing how easy it went down, seeing the shoddiness of the old frame for a window that they just threw drywall over. It's not a passage. It's an old window frame that they just threw drywall over in Kaylee's room to cover it up. It was a quick, cheap ass demo. And then you look at this shit, you look at the deck. I saw the deck when I got there. I'm like, geez, what is going on with this? You look at the siding, I wouldn't be surprised if they had mold issues there. Right. I wouldn't be surprised if they had mold issues there. Can you imagine those basement rooms? The rooms that are connected to the ground level? Oh my gosh, the mold had to be nuts. And I'm sorry if there's tunnels back there, those are some moldy ass tunnels. And I don't think anybody would even be able to breathe if they were walking through back there if there were moldy tunnels. Oh my gosh. Mold can cause a lot of serious health effects. Seriously. It's no joke. It can do some crazy shit to the human body. Just the spores in the air alone can do some crazy shit to the body. Yeah, that's the body cam where you can see the retaining wall the best and then the side of the house. Yep, Beckles. Yes, yes. 6 foot, 8 foot, 6 foot, 8 foot. We'll say 7 feet. We'll just say 7 feet as an average. Yeah. If that's 7 tenths, that's 10 tenths. I would say it's 10 to 11 feet. Here, so you can see the whole wall there. I'd say it's 10 to 11 feet. What's up, Mistaken? And that cable there in the corner? The cable. That's a pipe. This is a pipe right here. That's a pipe. Other than that, I mean, the house has power. They didn't cut the power though. But that's a pipe right there. Yeah, it'd be gross. I can imagine the mold issues. Black mold, yeah, Miley. Yeah. It can really mess you up health-wise. Mess with maybe someone was standing on those rocks for a bit before the incident. Well, if you're standing on those rocks, I don't see... There's nothing for you to mess with if you're standing on the rocks other than that, and that's just too tall. That's too high to mess with up here, so I don't really see him messing with any... if you're going to mess with something, shit, you could just stand right down here and mess with it here. Or I would have imagined the ladder would have been standing next to there if they were going to do anything. And that looks like it's just cable TV. It don't even look like it's anything special. It just looks like cable TV wires. The cable connecting to the pipe by the retaining wall. I don't see a cable. That's a piece of siding that is discolored because it's a shit build. You got another piece of siding over here that's split. I mean, you're talking... water loves to go in cracks, And you got a bunch of cracks for water to go through on just this side alone. That looks like it's discolored, and there's something... Hold on, let me go back to this. Oh, it's just a rope. It's just a rope tied to the pipe. Yeah. It looks like it's just a rope. Yeah, the ladder was there. The ladder was there when I was there. The ladder was there the day of the demo. They just moved it and leaned it up against 1112 the day of the demo, and then it was still there after the trucks pulled away and the machinery pulled away. It was still there. And then sometime later that evening through the overnight into the next morning is when something happened to it, because when Demon Lady was doing her interview out in front saying that they were glad that they could have closure, you did not see the ladder leaned up against 1112 anymore. Yeah. Something. It's not anything that's like, power source wise. Yeah, it is. Me too, Crime Solver. Even when I went there last November and I saw the ladder there, that was one of the things, because most of us didn't even know that the ladder was still there. And when I went there, I was like, you guys, the ladder's still fucking sitting in the same spot. It's still sitting in the same spot. Demon Lady would make a great tea. Oh, just wait until the clip-on fry t-shirt. I can't wait. We'll have don't be a pothole, be pavement t-shirt coming. You get that nice, you got it'll look like asphalt for real, it'll have that glitter type to it for the asphalt, for the don't be a pothole, be pavement t-shirt. All sorts of stuff coming up. Definitely the clip-on fry t-shirt and the clip-on private eye t-shirt. That cable. Yeah, go through it, take some screenshots. You guys are going to have the best screenshots when you're taking it off your own devices, and then send them to me. And then if there's anything you want me to, you want to point out on them, circle it. Send me an email or a message or whatever, DM, let me know what you want me to look at. Go ahead and circle it or whatever if you want. And we'll definitely get into that stuff on the next show, because we're going to be wrapping up the LE press conferences here in the next episode, and we'll be wrapping this one up coming here. So we'll be getting back to other shows where we're going to be discussing Enon, some of the corner stuff. We're going to be exploring some of the things that we talked about earlier in the year, just to kind of go through it a little bit again. There's going to be some other things that we're going to be doing, so we will be finishing these other ones up here coming up soon. And then we need to get on that body cam stuff again, but we need to have a couple regular shows too. Plus, we're going to be having some interviews coming up with some of your true crime content creators, and also some people that are part of different foundations and cases and things like that. So we got a bunch of conversations with CJ coming up as well. But definitely send me an email. Take some screenshots. Let me know what you want me to look at. We'll go into it on the next episode. And here's the link again for the video. If you didn't get it, there it is again for you. Go show some love on the video. Thank them for their hard work. And we'll definitely be going into that again here in the future. Now, let me see if we have anything breaking real quick. And I'm going to leave this. I don't know. I'll leave it right there. I don't know what to think about that. That block definitely fell. It does look weird. It looks like oil on those rocks. It doesn't look like water. It looks thicker than water, and it looks shinier than water. You know how oil has that shine to it because of the thickness of it? It really does look, I don't know. Look for yourself when they zoom in on those rocks. Let me know what you think. I don't know. I think that looks like it's not. It just looks like something other than water. It's just me, though. I'd like to know what you guys think, though. And then go ahead and send me the screenshots. We'll see if there's anything breaking. And then we're going to go ahead and get in to the remainder of that interview from last night. This one was a tough one because just hearing how her comfort is tied into a conviction, you know? Because like somebody said earlier, what happens if there is none? I would nothing but prayers. And please shoot positive energy towards that lady in the green car. I would hate to think if somebody thought that lady was part of this crime or had something to do with it or was suspicious. This is real life. All right, so let me see here. We're going to finish that interview. This was from it was from the year anniversary from News Nation. It was on, I think, 11/12/2023. Let me see. Oh, it was 11/13/2023. So this was the interview that we were watching last night, and we got about a third of the way through it. Tonight, we're going to get through the rest of it, and then we're going to see where we're at from there, because there is still more that I have for us, some short ones. But if we have to have a couple of the short ones go into a regular Idaho4 show where we're getting into a whole bunch of topics, then we can do that too. But this one is ultra important. Shout out Chronicles of Olivia in our first episode. We watched that one and thank her for her hard work and her efforts. This one's News Nation. This was aired 11/13/2023. And we were there while this was taking place. Not there, but we were pretty close. All right, we're going to get into the rest of this. I'm going to scoot it back just a tiny bit so we can hear the last question or two before we get into the rest of this. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you. And trust me, we're going to get to some more of this stuff here in the next show. And we're going to be looking at, we still need to look more into the, quote, garbage or students that were sitting outside. You know what I mean? We're still going to be looking more into that. And plus, I got a special surprise coming for you on the next regular Idaho4 show.
You know, awesome. Pain. Look, Brett, I mean, great. Darren. You know, it doesn't matter. But now that it's in court and it's not, I mean, they did their work, and I'm assuming they still go out there and I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine that's all they do all day is just investigate the well,
now it's kind of shifted to the courtroom, and then that's where it gets really quiet.
Well, no, they're too busy threatening students, telling them to spend the money on alcohol instead of tickets. Yeah, they're busy doing that all day.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they were quiet too. But they did.
I think
they did solve it.
The problem that we get more into is like, if you're gonna do something that, like destroying the house, demo the house, That's something where I think the family should have been brought in and said, what is your guys' take on it? Because we all want to be one united front. Nobody wants to hurt the case at any way, any shape. So I think there's a right time when you can say, hey, how can we make this a better transaction? The city needs to recover from this. We have business that we have to get to. Everything revolves around these schools. I get that. But when they just tell you, hey, we're going to do this, and then you say, well, we have questions and we want to know more information, and they're like, too bad. You're not going to get it, and then it kind of forces you to fight. So then you're like, all right, well,
and we've definitely come with plenty of questions, and some of them I'm like, we're not going to get an answer to that. We expect, but then sometimes I'm like, they're not going to answer that. Like, why won't they answer that? And it goes through our attorney. Everything goes through Shannon. And I feel like sometimes the prosecution team worries more about the university and the university's agenda.
Well, everybody seems to know each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's a small town. The university seems to be.
That's what I'm saying.
Business.
Yeah.
I think it's 4,000, 5,000.
We get it.
When
Everybody knows each other. Everybody's connected. Hey, did you hear about Susie? She voted against the latest bond. That kind of shit.
they're not in school, but when they are, it's like 55.
Yeah.
So it really is like a extreme.
And we understand that they just can't lose the college.
We don't want that.
Just can't go away because they're putting all their time and effort and money. But then.
And that's where a lot of the influence comes too. Guess what? We don't have to be here, Moscow. We don't have to be here. That's where a lot of that influence comes from too. Because they know everything goes away. The funding, the levies, the taxes, all of it.
Maybe just.
Yeah, American Princess. We'll be going over something special here coming up soon.
Worry about.
Send it to me if you'd like.
For a year,
But they had the highest, biggest freshman class ever.
Did they?
Yeah. Like I was just talking to someone about this at the courthouse. They could, not ignore what happened. It almost would make more sense. I think.
It's more on the map now. There's more people. I've seen a lot of people
forget about it, regardless.
And the footage, people are like, it's beautiful there. This small little town, you see it, and there's a lot of people are like,
it's
okay, well, it is a bad thing that happened, but look how they reacted.
Yeah.
This is how you want a community to react. They are offended, they're pissed off, and they're going about doing everything in their power to make sure that these kids are, they're going to get the form of justice that they deserve. Where that's not the case all across America. We have pockets of areas where they have that more killings in one weekend.
Yeah.
And it's not even on TV. So I think some people look at that and they're like, you know what? Even though this tragedy happened, it wasn't a local, it was an outsider. There's not going to be outsiders that are all like that. It was just an extreme event from some misfit. And they'll probably never have an incident for decades to come.
Right.
And that's what we all hope for,
But with the house, you guys fought really hard. I'm sure it was uncomfortable at times to have to come out and, speak out against the university and the prosecution.
I was like hiding under my bed the whole time.
Yeah,
him and Shannon were out there, and I was like,
you were fighting it. I could tell it was uncomfortable, but and they kept saying, but we don't need it anymore.
Yeah.
And then to see the FBI there again and all the boards taken off this week.
It was really hard.
I knew in my heart what was best for those girls and Ethan. I knew what was best was to keep that around until they did more. And there'll be a point when I'll be like, you know what? Let it go. Let it go.
And our agenda of keeping it around isn't because, it's going to be so sad when it's torn down. That is going to be sad to me. And people think, how can that tear it down? And it's just like, look, my daughter lived a happy life there. Yes, she was murdered there, ultimately murdered, but that was this much time. we have pictures of them in the house. When that house goes, it's going to be hard. I don't want to go in it. I've never even been to the house. I've never drove by it. I don't want to, but it's still going to be when they're like, that house is gone. It is going to be very emotional for me.
Oh, I can't imagine what she's going through right now, everybody. Watching the interview from just a couple months ago. And if you missed part 2, definitely check out last night's episode where we went into the first third of this interview. It's heartbreaking. And this was just a couple months ago. And now she's talking about the demo, and I can't imagine what she's going through right now.
Misfit. And they'll probably never have an incident for decades to come.
Right.
And that's what we all hope for, you know.
But with the house, you know, you guys fought really hard. I'm sure it was uncomfortable at times to have to come out and, you know, speak out against the university and the prosecution.
I was like hiding under my bed the whole time.
Yeah,
him
but
and Shannon were out there, and I was
you were fighting it. I could tell it was uncomfortable, but and they kept saying, you know, but we don't need it anymore. Yeah. And then to see the FBI there again and all the boards taken off this week.
It was really hard.
I knew in my heart what was best for those girls and Ethan. I knew what was best was to keep that around until they did more. And there'll be a point when I'll be like, you know what? Let it go. Let it go.
And our agenda of keeping it around isn't because, it's going to be so sad when it's torn down. I mean, that is going to be sad to me. And people think, how can that tear it down? And it's just like, look, my daughter lived a happy life there. Yes, she was murdered there, ultimately murdered, but that was this much time. You know, we have pictures of them in the house. When that house goes, it's going to be hard. I don't want to go in it. I've never even been to the house. I've never drove by it. I don't want to. But it's still going to be when they're like, that house is gone. It is going to be very emotional for me. But that wasn't why the emotional side of things. It was strictly like, is this good for the prosecution? Is this good for the case? You know, and I like I said, we don't know any of this stuff, but reading, and they talk about how jury members walk through crime scenes and stuff like that. And I'm like, this is crazy.
And why take the chance? I mean, why not just wait, even if it's a year or two?
Yeah, and I mean, and he said there is no evidentiary value in that house at all. He said walls and flooring and the acoustics are not the same.
If anybody
points aren't the same.
And all you have to do, listen, you're living in an area where the frickin' plant that makes plywood is right down the damn road. Because where do you think all the trees are at, people? The Northwest. The Northwest. They're in the Northwest. Every time I'm driving, there's frickin' trees galore. I couldn't believe it. More trees than Pennsylvania. To say that they couldn't have slapped some frickin' plywood on the floor and on the walls to somewhat recreate the acoustics? It ain't gonna be like it was, but damn, it'd be a hell of a lot closer for a very cheap price. And I'm sorry. The university stating that they pay over $700,000 a week for private security. My ass, that dude ain't chilling in a fucking Hummer, letting that thing run all fucking night, burning wheelies and chugging up gas. And I'm sorry, the security worker that's sitting in the little cube SUV, they weren't making more than $20 a fucking hour. To say that you were paying $700,000 a week is a cop-out. It's just like the government paying $2,000 for a fucking toothbrush. Give me a break. These poor families.
Acoustic bothered me, and I was like, well, this guy was here 12 times that we have documented. I'm taking you for your word for what you've said. If he's there 12 times, where was he parking? And what could he see from those locations? Was he looking through windows and seeing these people? Those are all parts that would explain motivation Was he there stalking? Was he obsessed with these individuals? So you can't tell me with the house being gone that you can give somebody the view of somebody parking right there, which is, 200 feet away. You want to look in that window and say, oh, I can totally see somebody walking through there right now. I can see it's a red shirt that they got on. They got a bandana on. Those little details of where, oh, that's why he sat there for half an hour.
Incel theory at Queen Road Apartments? Maybe. I'm sorry, what did you just say, Steve? What would they be doing? What would they be doing?
The acoustics are not the same.
If anybody
points aren't the same.
Yeah, the acoustic bothered me. And I was like, well, this guy was here 12 times that we have documented. I'm taking you for your word for what you said. If he's there 12 times, where was he parking? And what could he see from those locations? Was he looking through windows and seeing these people? And those are all parts that would explain motivation. Was he there stalking? Was he?
Hello? Damn. Listen to what I'm saying in the incel theory at Queen Road. And by the way, the incel theory at Queen Road Apartments does not include the frickin' green car that a female's driving. Male DNA, people. Male DNA. This. Steve just spelled it out for you.
Prosecution. Is this good for the case? And I like I said, we don't know any of this stuff, but reading, and they talk about how jury members walk through crime scenes and stuff like that, and I'm like, this is crazy.
And why take the chance? I mean, just why not just wait, even if it's a year or two?
Yeah, and and he absolutely, he said there is no evidentiary value in that house at all.
What's up,
walls
Tiffany?
And flooring and the acoustics are not the same.
If anybody
points aren't the same.
Yeah, the acoustic bothered me, and I was like, well, this guy was here 12 times that we have documented. I'm taking you for your word for what you've said. If he's there 12 times, where was he parking? And what could he see from those locations? Was he looking through windows and seeing these people? And those are all parts that would explain motivation. Was he there stalking? Was he obsessed with these individuals? So you can't tell me with the house being gone that you can give somebody the view of somebody parking right there, which is, 200 feet away.
Not even 200 feet away, yo. Not even 200 feet away. 15 to 20 fucking feet. I really want to look into see what I can do more than just YouTube. I don't know. This instinct shit. What's up, Tiffany? Man, he just spelled it out right there. He just said everything that the incel at Queen Road would be doing. You wouldn't know how many times they were out there looking because they live there. So what would be there's no 12 times stalking the property, right? There's no counting how many times the property was peeped because the person lives there. Oh, I've said it, Undercover. That's why I put those videos up there. I've done said this. I've been saying this shit since the case first came out. That's why I always refer to the blue car when you look up 1122 on Google Maps. and you see the blue car in the parking lot in the back ever since this case came out. I've been saying that's where the person was peeping. Since the case came out. Look at this parking lot in the back, people. Look at these trees in the back. You can go to some of the first shows, scroll across them, and then you'll see me doing Google bird's eye views in some of my first shows, and you'll hear me saying the same shit. This person was kicking it back here in these trees. They were right back here in this lot tree area. Ever since a year, people were saying, "You're a conspiracy." Because I was saying the person had to be chilling in the back. Give me a break. Damn, that's creepy as shit. Steve, I don't remember him saying this shit. This is creepy, him saying this shit.
It is going to be very emotional for me. But that wasn't why, the emotional side of things. It was strictly like, is this good for the prosecution? Is this good for the case? And I like I said, we don't know any of this stuff, but reading, and they talk about how jury members walk through crime scenes and stuff like that, and I'm like, this is crazy.
And why take the chance? I mean, just a couple. Why not just wait, even if it's a year or two?
Yeah, and I mean, and he said there is no evidentiary value in that house at all. He said walls and flooring and the acoustics are not the same.
If anybody
points aren't the same.
Yeah, the acoustic bothered me, and I was like, well, this guy was here 12 times that we have documented. I'm taking you for your word for what you've said. If he's there 12 times, where was he parking? And what could he see from those locations? Was he looking through windows and seeing these people? And those are all parts that would explain motivation. Was he there stalking? Was he obsessed with these individuals? So you can't tell me with the house being gone that you can give somebody the view of somebody parking right there, which is, 200 feet away. You want to look in that window and say, oh, I can totally see somebody walking through there right now. Mm-hmm. I can see it's a red shirt that they got on. Mm-hmm. They got a bandana on. Those little details of where, oh, that's why he sat there for half an hour and then drove off, So those were the things that I wasn't sure that had been captured. So now that they are, it'll be less and less.
The stuff they're doing now is the same stuff they did before, and they're just doing it again, or brand new stuff. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they did before. I don't know what they're doing now. I do know that rendering. I feel like this time around they were a little careless because people did snap some photos, and I wasn't real happy. I mean, they're just. I mean, it was a photo of Maddie's room. Olivia sent it to me today, and I was like, "Whoa!" It was a picture of Maddie's room, and the walls cut out.
Yeah, and they told us about that, and that's they're trying to protect us.
We had not seen any of that, the cutout walls at all.
It was nothing as bad as what we'd seen,
right,
with the mattresses and other things too. We've seen some pretty bad stuff.
Wow, they saw the mattresses and stuff too. Knowledge is power. I'm either way anymore, honestly. I'm either way anymore. Because, you really think about it more and more. They just got to sleep. They were all intoxicated. I almost feel like Ethan was still awake when the other three had taken place. Or he was still asleep. Just based off of the drip. I feel like he was still right there. And so maybe one person could have done it as quickly and swiftly because they were half asleep and still intoxicated, and your reaction time is going to be a lot slower, especially if you're waking up half asleep and you're intoxicated still. and you will be in a deeper state of sleep as well. So the element of surprise and the mixture of just getting to sleep and intoxication might have made that possible for somebody to do that, even if it was just one, in my opinion. I don't believe the DoorDash from Zaynab. She was asleep. This is what I have a hard time when it comes to that knowledge. So if you get home at 1:45 a.m., okay? If you get home at 1:45 a.m., why do you have a DoorDash delivery set for 4 a.m.? If I'm getting home at 1:45 a.m. and I want to have some food, wouldn't I order the DoorDash right when I got there? Or if it was going to take longer, wouldn't I have ordered it before I got home so that way the food would be there shortly after I got home? Because if you're intoxicated and you're going home at 1:45, do you even know for sure that you're going to be awake at 4 in the morning? So that's where I'm coming from when it comes to, I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. Because you look at it like that, right? I mean, I used to go out drinking all the time, and I would come home and I would get hungry, and yeah, I would make, because shit, 2 hours later, you probably will be falling asleep. So, well, I mean, if you had to place an order at 2:30, I mean, are you still waiting up? Are you really going to wait up till 4 in the morning just to get some Jack in the Box? It just doesn't, that part just doesn't, it doesn't make sense to me. All right, let's get back to this here.
I think they actually did a really good job getting the stuff out and escaping the media for the most part. And
the police officers went in there with
I know
you all.
when they removed the kids in the first place, people always ask about that, and they'll even ask us about it and stuff. And I'm like, ew, why are you like? Don't ask me this, And then I start thinking, I'm like, yeah, I mean, yeah, they did that. Good. I'm so glad they don't have pictures of that. And I mean, they tried with the mattresses. I'm sure you saw those pictures, but they tried. Mm-hmm. They were definitely like, get out of the way and let's get out of here with these. But the mattresses tore me up. But
it just seems though like, I think some people were questioning like, oh, do you just kind of sit back and stay quiet through this process, or do you kind of have to like fight for your child?
You have to.
And it seems like, you still have to be their voice.
You do.
Yeah, this kind of shows that.
Yeah.
Well, her, Olivia, Kaylee, you guys watched all those shows of like type of, tragedies that had happened. And we've always wondered like why some cases that were the most interesting didn't get any cameras, no publicity, no nothing. They just fade off and you never know. Now we know why. And it's if you just ignore the cameras, you don't give the opportunity for the people to see the story. So we don't want that to happen to these girls, to where nobody knows what's really going on. I guess the more insight that they have, the more committed they are to make sure that they see this through. And the more people want to see it through, the more we can guarantee an outcome that is fair and justified. This is going to cost a massive amount of money to Idaho. So let it be a beaconing for everyone to see when somebody comes here and hurts our kids. We're fully committed. We're fully committed to those kids to make sure that they get the justice that they deserve.
Do you have any preference if the trial should stay in Latah County, or a lot of people think it should move? They're worried about,
And I totally feel the same way, Danny, because I need proof that the DoorDash was even ordered, because who says that it was, I've been saying this from the beginning when we heard about a DoorDash as well. I've been saying that's kind of odd. Who's to say that wasn't a decoy or some part of what took place? I mean, let's just be real. Just be real.
Too many people being familiar with the case.
That too, yeah.
I don't.
Well, when you look at not DoorDash itself, but when you look at the Jack in the Box bag, I always ask everybody, look at the coffee in the coffee cup, and you'll see the separation of the liquid. You'll see the separation. That means it's been sitting there for a couple days.
I mean, I wanted to go to Boise just because that really puts a hardship on us, and we plan on being there. If we didn't plan on being there, I'd be like, I don't care, move it anywhere. I think he's done wherever you put this. I think you go anywhere in the United States, and he'd be done. I think he's guilty, and I think
evidence is evidence, regardless of the community. That it
might be circumstantial, but when you got 30 little circumstantial points, it all.
I've never heard DNA as circumstantial ever.
Okay, well, anyways, there's been some talk that it comes to Kootenai County, which is us, and I think that would be fantastic because we've already talked about, leaving our jobs, pulling our kids out of school, for the duration of the trial, renting a house down there. I mean, we have small dogs, taking the dogs, and literally, we're not going to go back and forth every day. There's no way.
I guess people don't. I never really think about that, like what you said about having to take the vacation time and having to really plan your whole life around all of these hearings.
Yep. Yep. I'm up to where I'm maxed. So I'm taking this vacation because I'm going to lose it. But I had to max myself up in case the speedy trial happened. So I haven't taken a vacation in 2 years.
I've already, for the year, I've already used all my sick time. I've already called in. I mean, I don't even have any sick time left. So, yeah.
But there's different responsibilities for us.
Yeah.
Just being in your house, there's so many pictures and stuff.
Man, and then she didn't have any sick time when this demo took place. I can't imagine. That poor mom.
Stuff that people send you.
Mm-hmm. That poor mom.
And everybody supports you guys. Does that help?
Totally. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I love when I'll just go into a food place here in town and somebody will tap me on the shoulder and say, "Hey, Steve." And a lot of people know me from football and coaching in the community. She works at a school. I work at a hospital. So everybody definitely makes you feel like you picked the right place to live.
And our page, we get so much love on our, our family page. It's insane.
Worldwide, yeah.
I mean, yeah. The comments, I mean, I could just read them forever and ever and ever and ever. I read them before I go to bed. I read them in the morning when I get up. I always have a little bit of quiet time before, start moving around, and I open it up and read the comments, and there is a lot of amazing people out there.
People really feel connected to you guys. Yeah.
And I feel it, that it's sincere. It's not just, I mean, people tell us they cry with us, that they share our grief, and they say, I know we can never bear the burden, but we do. Like, our family has cried over this. We talk about this. We follow this. Yeah. This has affected us, I mean, and not just one family. I mean, a lot of people.
Daily. There's some family.
There's always somebody. I mean, we get cards still, letters. I mean, handwritten letters from 92-year-old women. I'm a grandma of 30 kids, and and this and that, and just going on, and I'm sorry it's taken me so long to write. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, are you kidding? But I finally just had to do it. I just couldn't take it anymore, and just
And it's super helpful too, because having eyes and ears all across the world, they pick up things that you would not, you never see a story. We've gotten photos, videos from her friends that she grew up with that we would never have seen those photos. We've never would have got those videos. So that in itself was worth anything that we've gone through, as far as somebody leaving a jerk comment or something like that. It doesn't bother me, but knowing that I'm going to get photos that I never would have got and see people share, experiences and things that they did with our daughter. There's stories that we would have never known about. You want to know everything about your daughter.
You don't know them all down in college town, who she knew. And people say, hey, I just want to let you know that one night we were at a party and I actually met Kaylee and she played beer pong with me or something, and it's just like, thank you for that. You could totally visualize it. You could totally picture it.
And pictures with it,
Well, you mentioned like going through her phone, like there was pictures and.
Well, I was going through my messages with her on my phone.
On your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Just going through old messages.
Hers. Yeah.
We're trying to get her phone.
I can't wait to get hers one day, someday.
That's all still in evidence, obviously.
Some people got backups, but we never got one. There was more complications with Kaylee's phone. So.
But going through your old messages.
Yeah, I just did. I haven't gone back and read through them. And over the weekend, I started reading, scrolling through and reading some of our messages.
I could have my phone out. Kayla would just grab it and say, Dad, we're taking photos. Any of the girls will do that.
And you literally be like, oh my gosh, will you stop taking photos? And like, is that all you do?
And then you just send them to their phone.
And she'd be like, and I'd be like, oh my God, I'd be like, stop, like, don't get away, I run
different generation
from the camera. Yes. And I'm like, I'm so thankful. Like, I yelled at her so many times, be like, put your phone away now. Don't you snap another picture.
Do you still, I think you mentioned to me, like, do you still text her phone? I mean,
yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, she hasn't got it turned off.
So you pay the bill.
Yeah.
And we hope to get it back. We eventually should get it back.
Is it comforting texting her?
Yeah, it's usually when, it just sucks because you just want her to reply so bad. And I go to our last message all the time, and it's just crazy to me because I remember exactly where I was, what I was doing, what we were talking about. Me and Steven were out when she sent me that picture. And I would have never known that Kaylee would be dead in 12 hours from that picture.
Oh, that poor mom.
Never.
Gosh.
Both of them laughing their butts off.
Yeah, most parents don't get, for better or worse, we see the very last moments all the way. It was like a camera was following them around. Like, it was, that's why I feel like so many people relate to two girls laughing, one waving her arm, and they're talking about boys, and they were over at a club, and there's other boys there, and they're going and getting grub food, and she's like, oh, don't worry, I'll share it with you. It just seemed like you're watching their lives as it was just part of your life, and then what it ends, how it ends, and you're just like, there's
that he knew what he had planned, his plan, he was planning it out right then and there. As they were eating, he was planning on their murder.
Wow.
Right then and there. I mean, he was getting himself all hyped up, all dressed.
Wow.
Packing his little bag.
And our children know.
Sickening.
Killing someone is just, that's God's decision. He decides when people come and go. You've got to be pretty.
And I would have never known that Kaylee would be dead in 12 hours from that picture. And Maddie. Never. Both of them laughing their butts off.
Yeah, most parents don't get, for better or worse, we see the very last moments all the way. It was like a camera was following them around. Like, it was, that's why I feel like so many people relate to two girls laughing, one waving her arm, and they're talking about boys, and they were over at a club, and there's other boys there, and they're going and getting grub food, and she's like, oh, don't worry, I'll share it with you. It just seemed like you're watching their lives as it was just part of your life, and then what it ends, how it ends, and you're just like, there's
that he knew what he had planned, his plan, he was planning it out right then and there. As they were eating, he was planning on their murder.
Incel theory at Queen Road Apartments again.
Right then and there. I mean,
Again.
he was getting himself all hyped up, all dressed, packing his little bag.
And our children know.
Sickening.
Killing someone is just, that's God's decision. He decides when people come and go. You've got to be you got to be careful when you decide that. I know it's somebody's job, and that's a different circumstance when they go to war or they're a police officer. But as our kids, and they get mad and they say something, dirty or ugly to their siblings, we're like, no. You don't wish any of that on anyone, because that's just not acceptable. You got to apologize. I remember lining the kids up and making them apologize, and them getting so mad at me for making them do stuff. I try to embarrass them, make them do it in public, in front of people.
Make them kiss.
Yeah, make them kiss.
Yeah,
you got to kiss your brother, and he'd just be like,
He didn't want it either. He's just like, no, like this is miserable for both of us. I don't want to kiss her. I don't want her lips on me.
You guys are so inspiring as a family, and even just the two of you, your relationship, just in the world we live in, there's a lot of people, marriages don't seem like yours, and especially with everything you've been through. I mean, that's nice to see,
Well, I guarantee you could come back in 20 years, and if we're not dead, we'll still be together.
Yeah.
I ain't going nowhere.
I met her in college, and same type of thing that was going on with our kids, just going through that part of their lives, and we wanted them to go through the same thing. And it was
he was in college, I was in high school.
Yes, it's true.
Different.
A little bit different, but we made it through that, and we know that statistically this is super hard on all the parents' relationships. So we don't avoid it. We don't talk about it. We all come together and spend time as a family, make sure that we're listening to everyone.
We actually really have not argued at all, really, about, I get a, little scared sometimes when him and Shannon start going on tyrants here and there. And I'm like, you guys are scaring me,
Yeah.
Because it's just, like you said, it's awkward, and it feels very not normal. Like you're not supposed to go call out the prosecutor or call out, so, I'm like,
it's my daughter. Yeah. Nobody tells me,
but yeah, I'm a scaredy cat when it comes to that kind of stuff, but I'll do it. Don't make me do it. I will get ugly, but I just can't.
99% of the time, it's all positive. It's just the times where you think maybe decisions being influenced by, pressures outside of what's best for the case, that you got to put your foot down and say, okay, if you don't want to share what's going on here, then we'll be forced to make a statement. We'll have to do what's best for our daughter. That we really have to take that stance. Mm-hmm. There's nobody else that can do it at the same attention level that I think we can. Nothing against a prosecutor or anything, but I just don't know if they're just can't be committed like a parent. A parent is we're willing to do whatever.
Yeah, and when you listen to everything that they've been talking about here, they've sounded like they've been the ones that have been given the information. It sounds like they were given the information, This one says a lot right here. That's why it's one of the key interviews from the Consalvas family. Here's the link if you'd like to have it. If you're new to the show, I always suggest everybody to make a special playlist for the Evil CJ show, because I do drop a lot of links and information, and then that way you can just click on that real quick, save it to the playlist, hop right back and chat, and come back and join us. And then after the shows, you'll have all the information, all the videos that we share, and have your own playlist. That way you can go through everything too in your own organized playlist. You say a lot in this one, and there's plenty more
we have to do. So
maybe they are.
Yeah.
Maybe they are.
I hope so. I would love to.
We talk
underestimate.
We do too. We're like, well, we hope.
It's Stitch.
Yeah.
Well, I think a lot of us, at least in the media, underestimated the police during the time.
We did.
So maybe it'll be the same kind of situation.
Well, we talked with them one-on-one, and they, you looked at them and said, "Please just tell me that there's going to be somebody." And they stepped out of their comfort zones to comfort Christy and the families, to like, hey, we're on top of this. We got it. We're gonna.
And they did. Know. That was the only thing that I left that day when we met with them. It was like, I believe it was December 13th. And
it made a big impact on you.
I'm going to ask you both. I said, who's in charge here? And they told us. And I said, I'm going to ask you about the same question. How do you feel 0 to 100% that this case will be solved? And I asked him, and he said, he looked at me and he said 100%. And then I said, your turn. And he looked at me, and the second one looked at me very intensely. I mean, the first guy did too, but that look that I got from
don't say because I won't get nobody.
I know, and I was like, and that was right around the time that they were swirling his name around, and he said, 100%, this will be solved. And I was like, that's all I need to know. And I had some peace in my heart for about a minute. and then I was like, they got nothing. Yeah. But I mean, I was like, I think they got something. I'm like, no, both of them, but the way he looked at me, I'm telling you. And then, but yeah, you lose. You lose hope.
Well, I don't know if you felt like you lost it. It's just easy to fall into the negativity when, that's
putting your trust into someone else, Yeah.
That's definitely true.
And I do regret, and I do wish I could see him again and hug him. I haven't been able to see him and hug him and tell him, you know what?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I do remember that.
That helps a parent.
I don't know if you remember.
When this is all over.
Yeah.
When.
Yeah.
At the end of the trial, hopefully you'll have that moment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does that kind of stuff happen?
I think so. Yeah.
Is that
definitely,
kind of?
Yeah.
We talked about it. I told him. I said, you guys nail this. Get this done. Dinner, beers on me.
Yeah.
We'll go and
they did. He said
we'll laugh. We'll laugh about some of the struggles and some of the the conflicts that.
And he goes, he said, I can't wait till I could tell you everything. Yeah. I can't wait.
Yeah.
He did.
And I grew up in a very competitive. It was about this tall.
That Christmas stocking full of crumpled up paper,
Playing sports and everything. I always had a coach that told me, even if you thought you had the greatest game, you could get better. So I take that type of approach to this case, even if we have the greatest day, we'll get it. But is there more? Is there more? Like seeing the FBI there today is.
And then I said, your turn. And he looked at me, and the second one looked at me very intensely. I mean, the first guy did too, but that look that I got from.
Don't say because I won't get nobody.
I know, and I was like, and that was right around the time that they were swirling his name around, and he said, 100%, this will be solved. And I was like, that's all I need to know. And I had some peace in my heart for about a minute, and then I was like, they got nothing. Yeah. But I mean, I was like, I think they got something. I'm like, no, both of them, but the way he looked at me, I'm telling you. And then, but yeah, you lose. You lose hope.
Well, I don't know if you felt like you lost it. It's just easy to fall into the negativity when, that's
putting your trust into someone else,
Yeah. That's definitely true.
And I do regret, and I do wish I could see him again and hug him. I haven't been able to see him and hug him and tell him, you know what?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I do remember that.
That helps a parent.
I don't know if you remember.
When this is all over.
Yeah.
When.
Yeah.
At the end of the trial, hopefully you'll have that moment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Does that kind of stuff happen?
I think so. Yeah.
Is that
definitely,
kind of?
Yeah.
We talked about it. I told him. I said, you guys nail this. Get this done. Dinner, beers on me.
Yeah.
We'll go and
they did. He said,
we'll laugh. We'll laugh about some of the struggles and some of the the conflicts that.
And he goes, he said, I can't wait till I could tell you everything. Yeah. I can't wait.
Yeah.
He did.
And I grew up in a very competitive. It was about this tall, playing sports and everything. I always had a coach that told me, even if you thought you had the greatest game, you could get better. So I take that type of approach to this case, you know, even if we have the greatest day, we get it. But is there more? Is there more? Like seeing the FBI there today is the type of thing that makes me feel like I don't like to see it boarded up, locked up, and not know that, know that I didn't see cameras filming through all the windows, didn't see all, now I see those things and now I can let those things go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And hopefully they are in there finding more evidence or something new. I mean, that would be amazing.
I feel like you've seen that community. The ideal guy to get on that jury is a farmer who doesn't even have cable TV.
Yeah.
So to tell him he's got to watch a 3D render, it never made me feel right.
See what I'm saying right there? He tells you what kind of jurors they're looking for.
Yeah.
He did.
And he makes a good point. What are they going to know anything about touch DNA and frickin' cell phones and all that shit? You know,
and I grew up in a very competitive, playing sports and everything. And I always had a coach that told me, you know, even if you thought you had the greatest game, you could get better. So I take that type of approach to this case, you know, even if we have the greatest day, we get it. But is there more? Is there more? Like seeing the FBI there today is the type of thing that makes me feel like I don't like to see it boarded up, locked up, and not know that, know that I didn't see cameras filming through all the windows, didn't see all, now I see those things and now I can let those things go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And hopefully they are in there finding more evidence or something new. I mean, that would be amazing.
I feel like you've seen that community. The ideal guy to get on that jury is a farmer who doesn't even have cable TV.
Yeah.
So to tell him he's got to watch a 3D render, it never made me feel right.
Right. And it doesn't make sense. And that's why it was so important for the demo not to take place. To Nell Ray, I want to say thank you so much. Contribution call out for your super chat, sticker, membership, Cash App, and Venmos. Thank you so much for becoming a member, and thanks for providing the space for debating theories and sharing information. And thank you for becoming a part of the community. I really appreciate that. Definitely have a bunch of members only stuff for you. Scroll back to the very bottom of the list and you'll see some interesting shows that I had in the past that are only for members. There's a bunch of stuff there for you already. Thank you so much for your contribution. Yeah. How are they going to know any of this stuff? That's why you could have threw some plywood on there. Give them 3/4 of the acoustics. Just 3/4. And that'll say all it needs to say. Because when you say, okay, guys, guess what? There was furniture in here. There was drywall on the walls. It's not going to, this is something that's slightly different. But this is as close as we can get it. That's still better than nothing.
A farmer is going to be like, no, I want to see it. I want to touch it. No, you guys can show me all this computer stuff all you want, but it's not real to me. I want to look through that window. I want to hear a dog barking from inside that house. So that's why I was like, I don't know if boarding it up this quick during the middle of the winter is the ideal thing. And I think now with those guys going in there, that's exactly what makes me feel comfortable that when it does go down, then I don't look back and always think about what could have happened. Now it's done. So it's just things like that.
Do you have any questions, Lauren?
I mean, I know that and you can answer this, Brian, but I know we've talked about that we still feel like there's so much more that we don't know that's going to come out whenever this trial starts.
Mm-hmm.
Is that kind of how you guys feel?
Who is that?
And what does, and what is,
it's
that like?
Who is that? Who the hell was that? Hold on a minute. Who the hell was that?
With those guys going in there, that's exactly what makes me feel comfortable that when it does go down, then I don't look back and always think about what could have happened. Now it's done. So it's just things like that.
Do you have any questions, Lauren?
I mean, I know that and you can answer this to Brian, but I know we've talked about, like, we still feel like there's so much more that we don't know is going to come out whenever this trial starts. Mm-hmm. Is that kind of how you guys feel? Mm-hmm. And what does, and what is, it's that like?
Huh.
Are you gonna?
Yeah, no, you can just answer it. That's fine. Yeah.
I think it's scary. I'm scared.
You don't want to hear something that.
Well, yeah, I mean, because you can't.
That's
like
cool,
I said,
Brian.
my mind will go. Give me a little, and
right.
And unfortunately, my mind will go there, and I'm scared what I will hear. I think it's going to be terrifying. I think it's going to be absolutely terrifying.
Man.
And is it?
Oh, that's
mentally good. Obviously, it's not mentally good for me at all. Or healthy? No. And I've thought about, like, maybe I shouldn't go and be there. I mean, there are days that I won't be. Photos, I'm out. But
thank God she has
him.
To
be there for Kaylee.
Thank God she has him.
I feel like I have to. Like, she'd be like, "Mom, get up and get your butt in court now." Like, like she went through that.
At least we can be there to make sure that it.
But I think hearing the details, if they come out, or the prosecution's got to paint a picture. Even the picture that they paint, it's probably going to be fairly accurate, I would think, for the most part.
We could talk to Thompson, the prosecution, and say, "Hey, all you have to do is look at us and we can leave."
There's just no way that a ton of stuff is going to come out. I think a ton. And sometimes I just lay in bed and think about that.
Yeah, they're going to retrace his steps. People are going to be shocked about how sophisticated this investigation was. I think the caste system, what I've seen of that, is going to blow people away. The tilting of the phone, all that stuff now can be used to give a picture that people don't realize. So I think there's some brilliant people working on this case, and they're going to lay out a full picture of things that lay out to a point where you're going to walk through this and you're going to relive it. And that will, I think it'll.
No, I'm not. Nobody said anything about farmers being stupid. You're going with what Steve's G's saying. They're not going to know about this IgG. If you go back and rewind to what I was saying, they're not going to know about this IgG. Are they going to know how this triangulation works? Probably not, because they're not even going to be. Why would they even study triangulation for cell phones when they're probably studying their crops? I totally agree with Steve G,
It'll be pretty clear by the end of the case, the verdict.
I think the details are going to be what led up to it, or when he got eyes on him, or one of them, both of them, someone, how he picked that. I think it's just going to be very haunting, very just a nightmare.
Yeah,
just an average
the
person's
motive, I think, because we don't really have that yet, so that will all be.
And I think his motive, which is weird, I think his motive was he wanted to do it. He wanted to murder.
Yeah. Well, he did want to be.
I know that's but why did he want to murder? Well, he wanted murder because he wanted to see what it felt like, because he's a.
Shit, damn straight. We had a playlist. We had a playlist of the DNA and the technology, and hell, it was a few episodes, hours and hours long, and I still am freaking lost on it. Shit. I can't imagine somebody that ain't watched 50 fucking hours of shit that we watched. You know what I mean? Like, let's be real.
Weirdo? I don't know.
Well, he wanted to be a police officer, and probably.
Well, I don't think most police officers want to murder people.
No. But he wanted,
especially that way.
It was part of his fantasy was to be in that situation of control. So,
but yeah, some of the details I look forward to, because it would be nice to put it to rest, but I don't know if I would put it to rest. But your brain ponders it. How did they cross paths? How? I want answers. I want to know. You know, why can't you just tell us that? I mean, I get it, but I mean, it's just there's a question, you know, and
just how he was able to do that so quickly.
Yeah.
In the house.
Yeah.
You know, it's so brutal.
Yeah. I mean, what, 15 minutes? 404 to 417 or something? And people say, "Oh, it's not possible. It's not possible." Yeah, it is. He was on a mission.
I think they'll redo
he was
those
on
steps.
A mission. He went boom, 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 straight upstairs.
Yeah, and adrenaline, and you know.
And it's both victims are right next to each other.
Sit for 14 minutes. Just sit. Put your clock on. And me and Olivia have done that before. And be like, just sit inside. And we're just going to sit here. And I mean, you know, we're like.
Ticket 100. Thank you. Nothing half-assed.
Like,
appreciate you.
7 minutes. I'm like, okay. 11 minutes. Like, that's a long time. You know, so you think it is, you know, people are like, no way, you know, yeah, way, you know, I'm not thinking anybody new will be introduced to the case in that way, like an accomplice or anything like that. You can't get somebody to get on that MO with you. No way. I mean, Bonnie and Clyde, okay, that was a little different, you know, but yeah, you're not getting, somebody's not getting on that crazy train with you. You're going to say, you're crazy. You are crazy.
Yeah, that would have come out by now, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Mistrust between the two. I mean, and you're going to throw this person under the bus the first statement you say.
And I don't worry about him, but my mind also thinks too that one day he's just going to say, we're backed in the corner. All of our emotions have been heard. We're done. I'm looking like a straight up fool right now because, you know, we got nothing. He can't even come up with an alibi. Let's talk about that for a minute. What happened with that? It was due.
Yeah, Idaho law says you have to give your alibi.
Yeah. It was extended.
Or they explained to us, or you can't use one. So that would mean he couldn't say.
So right there. And then I was driving around. Yep, that was my white car that drove. Yep, that was me. But I didn't go in and kill those kids. Yep, that's my.
You can't come up with an alibi in the courtroom. He just has to say.
Don't know how my sheath got there. I mean,
if he pled guilty and said, I'll plead guilty in exchange for a life sentence, have you thought about that?
Yeah,
I don't want that because I do know I studied the criminal system and the difference between life in prison. Even if it's 20, 30 years, he's 23 hours locked up. He doesn't get to do what is it, BTK killer? PTK.
Or whatever.
We've found out that he writes papers for other prisoners and gets treated really well because he's intelligent and he's able to help other prisoners get preferential treatment through the legal system. We don't want that type of behavior to happen in our case where he has influence outside of this event. So
that's been a hard one, though. I mean, he
could write a book. He can do things. Idaho doesn't have a law in particular that protects against that.
The hard thing with that question, honestly, is that's where you forget, and I don't know how it's possible, but you forget that there's 3 other families involved here. We're not the only ones. You know, it's not just. I'm like, this is not a one. You know,
one crime fits all.
This is.
Right.
This isn't just our daughter.
Right. Some
and
might
I know
not
that
want to go through the trial.
I know some of the other families definitely would be, yes, like, let's go. Where do I sign? And I understand that. 100%. 100% I understand that. But you know what? Ultimately, it's not our call. I mean, they might ask us our opinion like they did on the death penalty. And we'll give it. But just because, you know, our opinion is yay or nay doesn't mean that, you know, that's what we get.
And we have talked with the families to the point where we're like, let's never let this get so angry or ugly that we turn on each other and we're mad at each other. We got to respect that we're all different. I'm going to fight crazy and you're not going to agree with the way that I do things, but my heart's in the same place that your heart's at. You just have a different way of constructing your energy, and that's fine. I'm not asking you to be me, and I hope that you can understand that I'm going to be a different individual, different parent than you are, and we can all just agree that we're going to have different takes on it. Maddie's, you know, her mom Karen, there's certain things that she's like, I hope this doesn't, you know, changing it. We're like, no, not at all. If you want to do a certain direction or you don't want to do a certain activity,
my love for Karen and Scott will never die. Yeah. And that's a promise I make to both of our girls. Never, ever, ever. None of this legal stuff, no matter how left or right we go, or left or right she goes, or they go.
Yeah, I think people just grieve in different ways too.
Yeah, you know? We're gonna love.
I told Karen that. I said, we can't even agree on everything. How could we, expect to us agree on everything?
Because I'm right, I think she's wrong.
Because I think at first, with everything, the second that the girls died, it was like, what are you guys doing? We don't care. We'll do whatever you want. Whatever you guys, everything. We were like, we just kind of handed the torch back and forth. Mm-hmm. Whatever, we'll do whatever you guys are doing. Whatever you guys are doing, and and then
it's a year later now.
Things are definitely not complicated by any means.
Yeah,
we
still have dinners and things.
Yeah. But obviously, bigger questions come up and beliefs and things like that. So things do come up, and and it's fine. It's fine, but I don't know.
We promised to have a vacation all together when this is done with. Because I tell her, when this is done, I'll never talk to another TV station. I'll never do another. I will disappear. And I will be glad that when nobody recognizes and I don't have to do it. I can deal with it here in this. But I already told you one of the places that I'm going. And I hope to just find a place to just be a part of the community and just kind of disappear and just go fishing and hang out and be around.
And he can go on that trip, and he's going with our son, and I think that's great for them, and I'm super glad that he just is off my butt trying to make me go, because I think that I'd have a panic attack if I would go that far away. I'd be like, like I would lose.
We went to Priest Lake and she was having a hard time. And that's just
I get a little couple hours, and it's terrible. I've never been that way. I've never people that say, "Oh, I have panic attacks or anxiety." Things. Oh my God, stop! Like, get a hold of yourself.
My kids make you panic.
Anxiety attacks. It's real. It is real. I mean, I've had a few. Yep.
She'll just wake up and she's like, "I'm having one," and I'm
I've had 3. And I literally wake up like just panic. I can't breathe. I'm like, I'm literally shaking uncontrollably. I'm trying to but I learned the first 2 were bad. He almost took me to the hospital. We were up in Priest Lake, and he was like, "Christy, you need to get a hold of yourself." Breathing is the trick. Just trying to control that breathing. And
the crazy thing is she doesn't have anything on her mind. Right. So if I came up and I had some vivid dream, then I'd be like, okay, I could, but she's just like, I'm like, what's going on? What are you thinking? She's like, nothing. And I'm like, well, clearly something's going on, but
maybe you just bottled it up and
it just expresses.
I don't know.
She's cuckoo.
I do have some really terrible dreams, and that that sucks. And they're always about Kaylee. Always.
Not always. You had one about Autumn this morning.
Well, that she was saying, "It's cold. Let me in the house." That was a little creepy. That was about Autumn this morning at my back door.
It's winter.
It seems like it would be hard to really try to figure out how to move on with your life when the trial is.
You can't.
I mean, how are you supposed
That's
to?
What I said. That's what I said to him. I'm like, I cannot move on right now. I cannot go on vacation. Don't take me too far away from my house. I will. I mean, I'm glad that I don't work far.
Your whole life's pending, and you're hoping for a schedule. You're hoping for dates. That's why our legal counsel is so adamant on let's get some dates. He knows the families want their lives back. They need to have dates set in court, even if it gets postponed. We understand that, but knowing that these dates are laid out and they're not just today was a good example. It came out of nowhere. And then it basically ended with, we'll look at it. We're not exactly sure what we're looking at. Do we look at it all at once or do we look at it separately? It's a lot of discovery right now. And we were hoping discovery would be over a year later. But we're not complaining that.
The Zoom today, I knew we were going to get a date. Scheduling date.
Yeah, we're hoping for discovery too, Steve. You know what I'm saying? We're still waiting on that shit that the defense has been asking for the whole time that I don't think they're going to get, and the courts are going to move on in February or March.
For this FBI
unfortunately
stuff, I was definitely like December 1st. What is it? Is it December 1st or 2nd? I mean, I was literally like, oh my gosh, I just like lost it. I just was like, I just cannot believe, like, oh, and everybody was just like, Christy, it's better than yesterday. Yesterday, you guys had nothing, because yesterday we got the court date. Because so on Friday, we were like, so what's next? Right. Like, nothing. We hear nothing. And then all of a sudden, they dropped the bomb yesterday that, court tomorrow or something like that. And we're like, oh, yay. You know?
It's very,
and then
it's like a roller coaster.
So I'm like, and I'm like, you're right. It is a little, I mean, we're getting there.
Outside
but these
perspective.
Months are torture, at least for me, because I mean, I feel like part of it is I just torture myself with them, and I'm just like, I get that date in my head, and I'm like, just reverse. And I just try to get through the weeks. I'm like, just get through the weeks,
And I get active. I get involved. I know that I can find more.
And I just want to pull the covers up over my head and just be like, just leave me alone. Where are my dogs? Just.
I know you mentioned that that you guys wanted to get like her phone back. Is there anything else that like you guys were like, oh my gosh, I would love to have this? We asked for a list of the things that they had.
Shout out to Brian Etten for allowing his producer to ask some questions. That shows, man, that's awesome. When you have somebody that gets exclusive interviews and they allow the producer opportunities to ask questions. That's a stand-up fella right there, Brian Etten. Shout out Brian Etten. That's awesome. And that's a good question too. Besides the phone, is there anything else that you feel like you should have?
If I get involved, I know that I can find more.
And I just want to pull the covers up over my head and just be like, just leave me alone. Where are my dogs? Just.
I know you mentioned that that you guys wanted to get like her phone back. Is there anything else that like you guys were like, oh my gosh, I would love to have this?
We asked for a list of the things that they had to take. Because we know of some things like a laptop, an Apple laptop. We couldn't even get them to give the list. So
wow, they couldn't even get. Not only they decided, when we were doing the Q&A's episode earlier, and we were watching the episode, we started it off where Chief Fry was talking about bringing the items back to the family, the items of importance that they felt that the family wanted. Not only they decided what they were giving the family, but they didn't even give the family a list of items. What the hell? Wow. They didn't even get a list of frickin' items.
Of things that they had. And maybe it sounds stupid, but I don't really know why Kaylee's phone is evidence. Like, what is on? So it makes me think, what is on it?
Yeah, that makes you go cuckoo.
Yeah. I mean, I'm like, okay, what is on it?
Her speaker. It's kind of unusual item not to give back. The laptops, multiple laptops, not just one. All electronics, it seems like they've kept of hers. So, and her bake records, the amount of records on Kayla was probably, I think fairly to say, was more than the other victims. So curious where that's going to come.
If we got like her wallet. Like,
we got things from her room. Her room really wasn't part of it.
I'm talking about like her wallet with her ID in it and her debit card. And
yeah, we have those items.
We have her ID.
And she had so many IDs. It's hard to. She had a lot of college IDs, a lot of high school IDs. So I don't know if I actually. We all had a lot of IDs.
I actually haven't gone through. My thing is because I'm very good about like just pretending like things didn't happen and like put it out of my head and pretend. And that's what I do with Kaylee, Kaylee's stuff. because we brought everything home. Well, we got a bunch of stuff home, and I went through like 2 things, and 2 boxes, and I literally couldn't go to work for like 3 days. I mean, I literally was like smelling everything and just like sitting on the floor. And my mom and his mom were like, "We're gonna go just get it up in Kaylee's room, okay?" So I mean, I went to my room and I'm like, "Everybody, just leave me alone and get away from me." And they packed it up there and put it all away. And then I have not gone through any of it at all besides those 2 boxes. And I don't want to go through any of it. I don't know why. It just is so hard to go through that stuff. And when we went down to the house, or that little storage house that they had for us to go through, that was so hard to see their rooms like set up in this house and get the rest of their things. It was Kaylee's room. Kaylee was bedroom number 2. And I was like, my daughter doesn't even have a name. She's bedroom number 2. So everything marked bedroom number 2 was Kaylee. And that was hard. That was really hard. That was last summer. But I've only been up to Kaylee's room. I mean, it's right up there, right at the top of the stairs. I've only been up there twice. And neither time was for any amount of time. It was like in and out. Oops, in and out.
Wow.
Once was when Olivia was here, and
she's a fortress. She doesn't want the other girls to steal her clothes.
I don't want anybody going through her stuff at all. I'm just like, get out of there. Why are you wearing that? That's Kaylee's. That's all we have. That is it. You know.
Wow.
And it's just real. It's just so real sometimes, and
wow.
It's just the worst that somebody could do this to somebody's family. So many families, you know.
But on the brighter side, when we do get those phones and we do get those laptops, we will have photos and memories that have been hidden from us.
Yeah, because I'm sure she has a ton of selfies.
Yeah, for sure.
And you'll just have to I feel like
that is so wrong. That is so wrong. That is so wrong. Everybody, this was a year. They couldn't have pulled this information. And they're talking about selfies, you know. You hear them talking about all these photos that they haven't seen before because they're getting photos from old friends and stuff, and oh my gosh. What? And they don't even have a list. They don't even have a frickin' list in a year's worth of time. Not even a list. I am disgusted tonight. This is why it's one of those key interviews from the Consalves family. All these, this part 1, part 2, part 3, these are all episodes where it's crumbs all over the place. Yeah, beyond wrong. They don't even have a list. You mean on the anniversary you couldn't even? You know, I this is what I can't believe. You see all of these interviews, right? All of these interviews that we've been going through. And you see how they're leaving things for us to pick up off of, whether it's the statement for the demo, the the different interviews within the last year so far that we've gone through. It's almost like they're the ones that are finding the information. They're the ones that are supplying the information. And they're the ones that aren't getting anything back. You know what? You know, when we watched that interview with Shannon Gray, remember the one that just came out recently after the demo? And he said, and he was asked, does this make any changes for the family on how they feel after the demo? And all of us were like, how could it not? After watching what we've watched these last 3 episodes, no fucking wonder. No fucking wonder. And when you think of that, and you sit here in these 3 episodes and you see the trust that they still have, that's amazing. I don't know. And thank you, John Morgan, Ticket 103. I don't know if I could be that damn trusting when I don't even have a list. A year later. And then you demo the fucking property on top of that? I can't imagine. I can't imagine what they're going through tonight. Just like I asked you earlier to send positive energy to the lady in the green car that's not suspicious. Send positive energy to this household tonight, please. Oh, my Lord. I can't. You guys are right. I can't believe what I'm hearing. I can't believe it either, people. Because, you know, when we watched this was when I was still on location in Moscow, Pullman. And I must have been exhausted this night that we watched it. Because I don't remember half this interview, honestly. I must have been just really exhausted that night. I don't remember watching half this interview, and I can't believe it. I feel like I'm watching some of it for the first time this evening with you guys. And I'm in shock. I just can't believe it.
That somebody could do this to somebody's family. So many families. You know?
Wow.
But on the brighter side, when we do get those phones and we do get those laptops, we will have photos and memories that have been hidden from us.
Yeah, because I'm sure she has a ton of selfies.
Wow. Yeah, for sure.
And you know, you'll just have to, like, I feel like you'll know when the time is right for you, when you want to go in there.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, right now, you know, I'm like,
Wow.
I don't.
Yeah, you got to know yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, my mother-in-law's been really working on it. She's here with us, and she's been really like working on, like, you know, getting it kind of. I'm like, I just want it to be like.
Well, you see where Steve gets it from. His mom's there helping her out. Wow. Thank God that she has the people that she has to support her. You know what I'm saying? Thank God she has the support that she needs at home. Man, I hope one day that, man, I'm jealous. I really am. I'm jealous. I'm jealous at that connection right there. I'm jealous at that connection. That is amazing. Wow. Wow.
she left it. I wish I would have saw exactly how she left it because things have been put in there and stored in there since, or pretty much her stuff.
All boxes.
So she's trying. She's like, I remember, because she stays up there, and she was here when Kaylee passed away, and she was like, I remember. Do you want me to get it? Like, I can remember, and I'm like, yes, I want to see it. So she's there, and she's like, I want you to come up and see it, and I'm just like, I've been like.
She put the TV where her TV was and her pictures.
And I'm just like,
and it was kind of Maddie's room too, because there was always Maddie stuff over in a certain corner.
Yeah.
All the pink was in one corner, and so.
Yeah, Cheryl just, and she understands though, she's not trying to push, but she said, it helps me actually. She goes, I wasn't like super reluctant about going in there, but it actually helps me, to go in there, but it is hard to, it's just like the car, seeing the car. It's a constant reminder, I had a blanket. I took a blanket to work with me, and it was a beautiful blanket that somebody sent to us as gifts, and it was covered in squares of Kaylee and Maddie, all the best pictures ever. All the front was when they were younger, and all the back was all college days. And I would fold it perfectly so then it looked like a movie strip thing, and I kept it on the back of my chair. And I'm getting up and 100 times a day, and it's like life size, I had to take it down. After about a week, I'm like, I can't. I said, I'm going to have to put you away. I said, I just can't.
Man.
I love that blanket, but I'm like, it just is like, boom, you just turn around, and her and Maddie just, like life size. And I'm like, I'll get you back out. But that constant, I don't need a constant reminder. I already have one,
That visual on top of it.
Yeah. But yeah, and my friends were at work. We're like, well, yeah, then put it away, for sure. And I'm like, I think I'm gonna have to, like.
Gosh.
I don't know.
This is heartbreaking.
Maybe I'm crazy.
No, I don't think you're crazy.
I don't know.
This is heartbreaking.
Your mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a mom, right?
It's hard.
I think when the time is right for you, you'll know, like when you.
Yeah, you're
a room, or it's like.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I hope, because I think Kaylee would want me to go in there and sit and go through her things and smell her stinky sweatshirts and stuff. But
wow. Not even a list. Not even a list.
Can't rush it. Just take your time, and just always put yourself in her position. If you were gone and she.
That's what everybody always tells me, and I'm like, that doesn't help me.
So she was looking at pictures of you, and it was making her upset, and she's like, Mom, I'm going to have to put this in the closet for a day. Would you wait? No, you need to deal with my photo.
I would be like, Kaylee.
See, and you can see that right there, what you just saw, everybody. That right there is what takes place behind closed doors when she's going through something and he's trying to help her. That right there is what you see behind closed doors.
I hope, because I think Kaylee would want me to go in there and sit and go through her things and smell her stinky sweatshirts and stuff. But
you see it right here.
I don't know.
You can't rush it. Just take your time, and just always put yourself in her position. If you were gone and she.
That's what everybody always tells me, and I'm like, that doesn't help me.
So she was looking at pictures of you, and it was making her upset, and she's like, Mom, I'm going to have to put this in the closet for a day. Would you wait? No, you need to deal with my photo.
I would be like, Kaylee.
I'm not that bad.
You're really going to put me in the dark closet?
Well, then you know.
But I love you.
I mean, you got her pictures everywhere. I don't think she's
right. And the kids are already like, Mom, things are getting a little shiny around here. And I'm like, and I'm like, no, okay, like.
How many Kayleys have you done?
Yeah.
I'm like, it's not. It's perfect.
Wow.
Oh.
Perfect.
So you can see there was.
Wow. I'm just gonna leave it right here. Let me hit mute. Wow. It's a tough one, you know? Man, that's a tough one. Key interviews can solve his family. When it comes to this evidence, that was given back to the families, and we saw it earlier, why not play this 1 minute and 30-second clip where he talks about what he's doing for the family? They ask him about the progress of the investigation. He gives some bullshit PR and then switches it back to being about giving the items back to the family. It's a total deflection, redeflect. Enjoy this one.
We'll start with the white car. How many tips are coming in, and how are police using them?
We've had an amazing amount of tips come in on the white car. We appreciate everybody's help that has been sending in those tips, and investigators are vetting those, and they're following up on those, and the response has been very great. We appreciate all the help from across the nation and our community.
In some cases, we're hearing that people are borderline being harassed by speculation and rumors out there. What are police doing about that?
Well, what we want people to know is that individuals who are being harassed in this situation, people need to be careful, because some of it's happening online, some of it's happening through phone calls and in person, and people could be charged possibly in the future if it continues to a point where it reaches a criminal element.
What can people do to help that situation?
I think number one, just call us anytime that there's any of that happening so that we can deal with that immediately.
And what about the information? What is being done to make sure the information that is out there is not causing speculation and rumors?
There's been a lot of speculation and rumors, and what we want to say is we are the official source of information. We want people to pay attention to what we're putting out there, because that is accurate information, and anything that comes from other sources is either rumor or speculation, and we want to put
StreamYard
as soon as possible.
Ain't that a joke? That's a joke. And they don't even have a list yet. I thought I would just throw that in here real quick before we switch to some of the shorter ones now. We're going to be going just a little bit longer here, and this will be the last episode of the key interviews. If you feel there is any interviews that we didn't put into the key interviews, do me a favor, send it to me at any of these links, and we will be going into it in our next case discussion show, where we cover a bunch of stuff that we're going to be getting into when we're done with these other parts. And probably tomorrow night, honestly, is when we're probably going to start getting into it. So go ahead and send the link to that one, and we can definitely check it out in the next episode. So we're going to play, these are going to be different episodes from 6 months ago, a year ago, 11 months ago. I will let you guys know the dates of when these interviews or spots on media took place, so you guys know exactly what they know, when they know it, and what they're saying on those dates as well. This right here is, and let me click it, December 4th, 2022.
Welcome back. There has been so much information floating around for the past several weeks about this case. Some of it is true, some of it has obviously been rumors, and a lot of the talk has been focused on whether Kaylee Gonsalves may have actually had a stalker. I asked her family to clear that up.
Can you talk a little more about, a lot of people have been wondering if Kaylee had a stalker, if that was really true?
I said this, she's a pretty girl, her friends are really pretty, so them attracting attention was pretty common wherever they went. So I think she attracted attention, whether that's a dedicated person following her around, maybe not. I do believe that the officers looked in it, and I believe what they said, that there was no evidence there.
Are you confident with the way they're investigating?
I think it's hard to say this way or that. They're obviously holding it very tight to chest, which could either be a really, really great sign a really, really bad sign. And I think depending on not even the day, the hour, especially my dad and I, we go back and forth between I got this and kind of falling apart a little bit and, you know, really looking at specific events that have been strange or maybe should have been looked into more in our eyes.
And after that keeps playing, it says that they feel some people close to the circle were cleared too quickly, and Steve even refers to she had an alibi, but why can't you share the alibi? And if you look straight back there, you also don't see a camera on the back left corner of 1112.
And it really is just so heartbreaking what that family has been going through. I thank them so much for trusting me and allowing me to come into their home and talk with them. It's so easy to get caught up in the investigation, all the new nuggets that come out with things. But behind the scenes, this is really about the victims and it is about their families. The pain that is even worse because the killer is still on the run tonight. If you are watching this and you have any information about what happened here, think about those families tonight. You can stay anonymous. The number for the police is on your...
Well, that tip line don't exist anymore as of last month. So we'll go ahead and skip to the next one, and I'll let you know when this date was.
I'm Nicole Burley. It is Monday, January 2nd.
January 2nd. She even answered it for me. Awesome. Thank you, lady.
This is News Nation Rush Hour, and we start with some brand new details in the shocking arrest and the quadruple murder of 4 college students that's gripped the country. We've been covering it closely from Moscow since the very beginning, and then that major breaking news Friday, an arrest in the case 47 days later. Brian Koberger, a graduate student studying criminology at Washington State University, just a 10-minute drive from the University of Idaho campus. He was taken into custody in Pennsylvania. His extradition hearing is scheduled for tomorrow. And we're learning more about his studies under a serial killer expert and a treasure trove of evidence from his apartment. But first, and new just into our newsroom, the father of one of the victims, Kaylee Gonsalves, breaking his silence on this arrest to senior national correspondent Brian Enton, who joins us live from Pennsylvania.
By the way, we're having a special tomorrow morning, 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern. We're going to be watching the live stream on December 30th of BK's arrest. You'll be seeing CJ shows about a little less than 2 months old. And I'm also going to be replaying the live stream on January 5th, 2023, when the PCA dropped. Come hang out tomorrow.
Pennsylvania. So, Brian, what did he tell you?
Yeah, Nicole, I just wrapped up this conversation with Kaylee's dad, Stephen. Still heartbroken, but said initially when they learned about the arrest, they were the first to learn about it from police late Thursday night that the arrest was going to happen. They felt some relief. They even felt joy to a certain extent. But now the feeling is just being overwhelmed, knowing that the court process is about to begin and that they are going to see the accused killer face to face. Accused Idaho killer Brian Koberger could be in Idaho as early as tomorrow night after a hearing in Pennsylvania where Koberger is expected not to fight his extradition.
There's going to be somebody there looking him in the face and letting him know that this isn't going away anytime soon. This is just the beginning. Victim Kaylee Gonsalves' father, Steve, says they are looking for connections between Koberger and Kaylee and the other victims. I'm biased, but if you got to know my daughter, I would think it'd be impossible for you to hurt her. So I think a little bit of us all kind of felt like this was somebody who didn't have a chance to meet her, talk to her, get to know her, because she was a very likable person and she didn't have a mean bone in her body. So I think there's a little comfort in knowing that this person wasn't somebody she trusted and loved. Koberger's public defender tells News Nation in mid-December Brian's dad drove back with him from Pullman, Washington to Monroe County, Pennsylvania
And I'm going to say right here, since it's just a graphic, why not remind everybody, if you were on to BK before he left Washington, you're going to let him be exposed to all those innocent adults and children at all the rest stops, gas stations, bathrooms. All of those people rest areas. You're going to let somebody that is capable of committing that crime be exposed to all of those people, adult and children. You're not going to let somebody that was that brutal of an attack on 4 individuals go cross country and be exposed to a whole bunch of people where if their mood isn't the right way, all of a sudden you might have a couple more. Like what? No, it doesn't make any sense. Think about it. One side of the country to the other. No.
To Monroe County,
It was all bam, 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 bam. Right there at the end of December.
Pennsylvania, in the white Hyundai Elantra police have been looking for. His attorney says Koberger is eager to be exonerated. I'm a reporter. Get off my property. It's private property. Koberger's family did not answer when I went to their house where he was arrested, but released a statement through the public defender saying they're cooperating with law enforcement. And first and foremost, we care deeply for the 4 families who have lost their precious children. There are no words that can adequately express the sadness we feel, and we pray each day for them. We will continue to let the legal process unfold, and as a family, we will love and support our son and brother. Before moving to Washington State University to get his PhD,
oh my gosh,
got his master's.
Look at the fog over there, too.
Master's from DeSales University in Pennsylvania.
Whoa.
News Nation has obtained this photo of Koberger taken during a group project at DeSales University in 2019.
That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that photo before. I don't think I've ever seen that photo before. Huh. I don't think I've ever... Have you guys seen that? I don't remember seeing that photo before.
Huh. Group project at DeSales University in 2019. Students who studied with him tell News Nation they've been told to only talk to police because they could potentially be called as character witnesses in the case. They did say he was, quote, controlling during the group project.
What do you make, Steve, of the fact that, he was
What's
getting
up,
his
Greg?
PhD in criminal justice and had his master's in criminology, and sort of had this knowledge of the way the system works?
Maybe, Miley.
I feel like he definitely was into this type of thing. He had made a lifetime commitment to, wrapping himself into crime and solving crime and figuring out how people got caught, interviewing people, doing different things that a normal student wouldn't be so interested in. So I think he maybe got a little overconfident and didn't realize that there really is no perfect way to commit a crime.
Okay, so tomorrow Koberger will be in court in the courthouse behind me here in Monroe County, Pennsylvania. We expect him to waive his extradition hearing, and he could be on his way back.
Okay. All right, we're going to go to the next one.
First and foremost,
this is from 7 months ago, May 17th, 2023.
can I just check in with you and ask how you're holding up?
There's been progress, and that always helps. I feel like we have a mission, we have a job to do, we have things that have to happen. And when I see those things happening, that helps me understand that we're going in the right direction. And that's always better than just sitting and waiting for who knows what's going to happen.
So when the official news dropped that the grand jury had convened, the process had, completed, the indictment was coming down, what was your reaction?
They had let us know beforehand that this process was in action and it was going to possibly happen. They kind of put it in a vague circumstance saying it could be this case, but we knew. I have a legal counsel. I talked to my legal counsel. He said, yes, it's definitely this case. So we knew that this is a possibility. So we just sat back, hoped that everybody was going to remain quiet and it wouldn't leak. because the last thing we wanted was any of the families to be accused of that. So then we kept our mouth shut and we just waited for it to happen. And then they told us, yeah, it's over. It's done.
Well, we had been making big plans, as a network, decamping to Idaho for the June 26th hearing. It was my understanding there was going to be a solid 3 to 5 days, like a mini trial, and we would have learned a lot of information. I wanted to get your take, however, on the fact that we will not get that opportunity to learn some of these mysterious holes in this case. Is it troublesome to you? Is it bothersome to you? Or are you just happy that the process is continuing regardless of what kind of indictment we got?
No, I'm just like everyone else. I want to know exactly what's going on. I want to see all the evidence. I don't like the secretivity, like the hiding of it. But I understand why they did it. There's people who are witnesses and they need to be protected and they don't need to be dragged through every obstacle that this process goes through. And it was a wise decision to go this path. So all the information will come out, but it doesn't have to come out in multiple times in multiple ways. And we don't have to make them go
They're
through
so
this
trusting.
exercise more than needed.
Thank you for watching.
They're so trusting, It's crazy. All right. This is another key interview. You know how we watched the Consalvas family on November 13th, 2023. Now we're going to watch a half-hour interview from the local KTVB, which was the next day following the long interview that we just watched. And this one is we're still going to be going about another 45 or so. This one right here, this one is heartbreaking too. This one, they discuss stuff when it comes to the autopsy. They discuss their differences. They discuss their differences when it comes to BK's percentage of guilt, like I was talking about last night in episode 2, where you can tell there's a difference in the latest interviews where they have a difference of percentage of guilt for BK. I'll share the link with this with you guys so you can have it for yourself. If you're new to the show, I always suggest you just make a little playlist, Evil CJ Show. That way you can click on these links, save them to a playlist, not only have them for your own records, but also so you can also have them to share as well or to go through on your own. Very telling interview right here. Local TV station KTVB, they've done a great job. They were the ones, if you guys remember, in the very beginning of the case when nobody was saying anything, and it was the same day, November 13th, when the crime took place. And even the next day and 2 after that, you had this gentleman from KTVB out there reporting from the parking lot, talking about how the community doesn't understand why they're not being told anything. They're frustrated, they're scared, and you could tell on his face, and you could tell on the anchor's face as well. They do a tremendous job with their news coverage, and I just want to say shout out to KTVB. You do awesome.
Let's start out with, it's been almost a year. I mean, it's hard to believe, right? Mm-hmm. How are you guys doing? I think people would love to know that.
I think we're doing the best we can. And I think that is to be thankful to all the people that are wondering about us. They really get us through. Coworkers, friends, they're like family now. And I think it'd be much harder without all the love and support.
Yeah, we got a page where we're able to talk to people all across the world that this has made an impact and change in their life.
This makes me think that it was like a day before the anniversary or maybe a few days before that, because they start off saying that it's almost a year. I just have November 14th because that is what the date says that the video was published, because I do not know the exact date and I'm going off of the source, but it's still within the couple days. Obviously, it's very close to when it took place. So I can just picture that this was actually before the News Nation interview.
It'd be much harder without all the love and support.
Yeah, we got a page where we're able to talk to people all across the world that this has made an impact and change in their life. So that helps. Christy can share and say she's having a rough day or a bad day, or post a photo or an image, and she gets some positive feedback.
Lots of positive feedback.
And friends of Kaylee that we haven't even met will send us photos of times that they had together. So whenever you get to see new photos of your daughters, and I pass those on to the other victims' parents as well, and that's always nice. So
that would mean a lot.
It does.
That would mean a lot.
I love a new photo when they come across. He'll send them to me and say, "Have you seen this one?" And I'll do the same. "Have you seen this one?" "Oh my gosh, no, wow. Oh, I love it."
Yes, new photos.
I hope it never stops. She had a ton of spirit. She was fun. She loved hanging with her older sisters, her sister and brother, his friends.
She's very close with her siblings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about the siblings and what the order is?
So Olivia's the oldest, and then Steven, then Kaylee, then Autumn and Aubrey.
Well, let's talk about Maddie and Kaylee, because how old were they when they met? 6th grade? Is that what I heard?
6th grade.
Okay. Tell us about that.
Well, they met early on in that 6th grade year. They
charter school, they had uniforms.
They didn't
think they were cool at all.
No. And Kaylee came home talking about this Maddie girl, and the rest was history. I mean, it was Kaylee and Maddie, but
it started with Maddie's mom coming over here and interviewing us. Sat on our couch, talked to us.
Just talked to us.
Yep.
She was very concerned,
Make
very,
sure
very
it was
protective
a safe place.
of, Maddie spending the night places, or even coming over for a couple hours during the day,
But it ended with us taking her daughter to another country
and her taking our daughter, to Hawaii.
So
And, very
trust was there after.
Yes. But they were just inseparable. Kaylee was either over there or Maddie was at our place. So they had the best of both worlds. They did high school all together, graduated, and
picked the same school.
Yep. They both went down there and
they rushed in the same week. Went down there.
Yep.
And they wanted to get in the same one together, but I don't know how it worked out, but they ended up
going separate ways. And they were, so sad. I'll never forget that day, and they were so sad, and, they were happy where they wound up and whatnot, but they weren't together in the same house. And it wound up being the absolute best thing for them, for their friendship.
So they loved U of I. They had a great experience there for those
Yeah.
first 3 years. Yeah. They really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kayla was pretty much graduated. She just did her finals on Monday, and that was her last class. Or that would have been her last class.
Would have been her last class on Monday.
Yes.
And she was coming back on Tuesday.
What do you want?
Again, that's another interview, because I know that there's some questions out there about if she was coming back on Monday for a class. Yes, she was coming back Monday for a class. This is the second interview where the family does state she was coming back for Monday for a class, and then she was going to be back on Tuesday.
They really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kayla was pretty much graduated. She just did her finals on Monday, and that was her last class. Or that would have been her last class.
Would have been her last class on Monday.
Yes.
And she was coming back on Tuesday.
What do you want people to know about these girls?
These girls, as I refer to them now on the Gonzalez Facebook page, it was at first when I post, my girls, and it's not even my girls anymore. It's our girls. Here's some new pictures of our girls, or, here's a throwback of our girls. And I mean that, they are everyone's girls. And you could see that in photos of them. I mean, you could see the happiness in them, the love, just the bright light. They were just out to live their lives to the fullest, to be successful in life, to work hard, to eventually be married and have families and have good jobs. And it was just unfortunate what happened, to the two of these. I know it's more than two, but these two very best friends, it's just, it's real. And people, I don't think sometimes understand that this isn't TV. And yes, there's TV shows about it, but it's real.
This is your life.
This is our life.
They're not characters.
No.
It's not entertainment. It's a disaster for us. And these kids didn't do anything wrong. Everybody wants there to be some type of decision that could have been this way or that way. These kids did everything by the book, the way you're supposed to do. They went to bed at night, had a dog. All the things you'd think that would keep this from happening didn't work in this particular case. So I think that's the message that I want the community to know, that these are everyone's girls. This could happen to anyone. We as a society have to stop it. We can't just out-behavior it. We can't figure out a way to just be a little bit better or walk a little straighter line, and then it won't happen to you. You have to succumb to the fact that there's people out there doing evil things, and we have to figure out how to address those people and get them off the streets before they do this to your family or to another set of kids that are just getting educated and going to school and come home at night and go to bed.
Just enjoying their college life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think everybody has seen the food truck video. It really sums things up. To me, their relationship, in that little clip and the walking, what did you tell Adam? That whole, I told Adam everything. It's just, it's heartwarming, but heartbreaking at the same time to watch those videos. I could watch them and smile, and I could watch them and just cry, just to have them captured. And Maddie with that big old jacket, and, and Kaylee saying, Maddie,
we can share it.
We could share it. And, it just, so Kaylee and Maddie,
and you hear about kids that
and the
drink
pictures
and drive.
Whoa, hold on. So that was Kaylee's jacket, not Maddie's? Whoa, hold on a minute. Let me hear that right real quick.
And Maddie with that big old jacket, and, and Kaylee saying, Maddie,
we can share it.
We could share it.
Wow, it's Kaylee's jacket. That black jacket that Maddie was wearing, that's not Maddie's jacket. No. That's not Maddie's jacket. No, she just said, Kaylee said, I can share it. Watch. Listen to what they say. Holy shit.
And just cry, just to have them captured.
That was Kaylee's jacket.
And Maddie with that big old jacket, and, and Kaylee saying, Maddie,
we can share it.
We could share it.
And Kaylee saying, Maddie, stop. We can share it. Every show, baby. Every show. Every show. Here's the link. I'm going to play it one more time. I'm at timestamp 6. I'm going to go to 6:50. I'm going to go to 6:48. I know it's not there yet. Hold on.
Have them captured.
Whoa.
Maddie with that big old jacket, and
okay, 6:52. Hold on.
Have them captured.
651. 651 of this link right here. That's Kaylee's jacket. Damn, that's crazy. Kib Kitty, hold on 1 second. I saw you pop in there. I'm sorry. I couldn't believe what I just heard. I want to say thank you. Contribution call out. The 5 gifted memberships. Let me scroll up on YouTube chat so I can see who became a new member. Danny, Audrey Cakes, Moonlit Baby, Ramona, and Missy RN are all now members. Plenty of stuff there for you. Plenty of stuff to come. I'm going to play this one more time. That's Kaylee's jacket.
And Maddie with that big old jacket, and and Kaylee saying, "Maddie,
we can share it.
We could share it," and it just so Kaylee and Maddie have them captured. And Maddie with that big old jacket, and and Kaylee saying, "Maddie,
we can share it.
We could share it," and
Kaylee saying, "Maddie, stop. We can share it." That's a 2024 freeze. Wow. It's not called a freeze because it's cold as shit. It's called a freeze because this is what we do when we find these things. We freeze the frickin' video. We say, hold up. So for the people that want to talk shit about the freeze being too just damn cold, it has nothing to do with the temperature, baby. It has everything to do with what we do right here. We freeze this shit. Damn. It's Kaylee's jacket.
And
wow.
It just so Kaylee and Maddie.
And you hear about kids that
and the
drink
pictures.
and drive. They got a professional driver to take them back. They did everything the way you're supposed to do it.
Yeah.
They even had chaperone walking with them. They weren't going down dark alleys by themselves.
The really popular pictures of the 4 roommates and Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
I love those pictures.
They were taken that day. They were taken earlier. Kaylee texted them to me about a little after 2 on Saturday, and with Maddie up on her shoulders. And that is the last text message that I have from Kaylee.
Wow.
Is that picture of her and Maddie. And I replied to it,
crazy.
my lovies, with heart eyes. And then we had a phone call after that. And that was the last time I talked to Kaylee. But that.
No, they weren't talking about the food. I'll rewind it one more damn time. They're talking about the jacket. Listen to it again. It ain't
captured.
The food. It ain't the food.
And Maddie with that big old jacket, and and Kaylee saying, "Maddie,
we can share it.
We could share it," and
yeah. They didn't say food. They said jacket. I mean, you hear it right here. Their words don't lie.
Have them captured. And Maddie with that big old jacket, and and Kaylee saying, "Maddie,
we can share it.
We could share it," and
they didn't say nothing about food. They didn't say nothing about food. That was all jacket. They didn't say nothing about food.
Have them captured. And Maddie with that big old jacket, and and Kaylee saying, "Maddie,
we can share it.
We could share it," and
I mean, hey, I'm just telling you what my opinion is. We're all here to have difference of opinions. I'm just telling you what my opinion is. And my opinion is they're talking about the jacket. And my opinion is they're talking about the jacket because nobody said, yeah, and then they could share the food. Nobody said food. Nobody brought up the word food. Nobody mentioned the grub truck. They talked about the jacket. People, this is what you have to understand. Maddie was wearing the jacket when she showed up to the grub truck. How do you know they're not talking about the video in the corner club, people? I mean, let's be honest. How do you know they're not talking about a video in the corner club where they can hear that conversation taking place about the jacket? Maddie was wearing the jacket while they were walking to the grub truck. Maddie was wearing the jacket when they got to the grub truck. So when they're talking about the jacket conversation like they're just having, in my opinion, they're talking about a conversation that was probably recorded from the video at the corner club. That exchange took place before they even were walking to the grub truck. I mean, you could, hey, we're all here for our own thoughts, theories, and opinions. I'm just telling you what's mine, and I'm sticking to that. That's just me.
It just so Kaylee and Maddie.
And you hear about kids that
and the
drink
pictures.
and drive. They got a professional.
Tell you what, do me a favor. I'm going to make a highlight of this. Let me know what you think in the comment section. Do you think that they're talking about food? Let me know why. Do you think that they're talking about the jacket being exchanged at the corner club and seeing a video from the corner club and hearing the conversation about the jacket before they even started walking to the grub truck when Maddie did have it on? Let me know. They never said where. And come on, let's be honest. We know that there's footage at the corner club, don't we? Yes, we do. We know that there's a camera at the corner club, don't we? Yes, we do. We know that that camera has audio, don't we? It would, because it's in an establishment where they need proof and evidence in case there's assaults. You got to think below the surface. I am. I'm just saying. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. Let me know what you think.
Professional driver to take them back. They did everything the way you're supposed to do it.
Yeah.
They even had chaperone walking with them. They weren't going down dark alleys by themselves.
The really popular pictures of the 4 roommates and Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love those pictures.
They were taken that day.
I know they shared a meal, people. I've been saying, I mean, it's been obvious since the grub truck's been out, and we deep dived the grub truck last year and then did it again in the summer. I'm not saying they didn't share food. Rewind the tape. I never said that. What I said is the jacket was on before they even walked to the grub truck. That's all.
They were taken earlier. Kaylee texted them to me.
That's all.
About a little after 2 on Saturday. And with Maddie up on her shoulders. And that is the last text message that I have from Kaylee, is that picture of her and Maddie. And I replied to it, my lovies, with heart eyes. And then we had a phone call after that. And that was the last time I talked to Kaylee. But that picture of Maddie on her shoulders is the last text message that I have from Kaylee. And it's around 2:13 on Saturday.
There's just no way to know what was coming.
No. And I look at that picture and I just think, I would never thought that this would be the last picture, or that phone call that I got, 20 minutes after that picture was going to be the last phone call. You just don't think that. And it's real. It's realer than real. I mean, it really is.
It is. Well, I just love the fact that you guys have put together this beautiful Facebook page.
Yes.
And that you share so many wonderful memories and pictures that we've never seen before. People who love your daughters, because I'm calling Maddie your daughter because she basically is another one of your kids. But it's just so heartwarming to see the love you're getting from all over the world. Tell me why you were inspired to even start that page, because it does put you in kind of a vulnerable position, right? Sharing such personal things.
Yes.
But it ended up, it looks like it's really a beautiful thing in the end.
Well, it originally was, I don't even really remember when it got started, but it originally kind of started for tips. Like if you have any tips, you could, come to us with tips or information. And I quickly had a different name. And I said, you know what?
Once we got a suspect.
Yeah, I said, we're going to change this. And we changed it to the Gonzalez family page. And I said, this is going to be, to say good things and to bring light and positivity. This isn't going to be, this isn't TikTok. This isn't YouTube videos. This isn't, speculate. Yeah. Because they're out there and, they're just so yuck, and I wanted to be positive. And so I kind of started running it a little bit more. My sister runs it, Steve runs it, and Olivia runs it. And,
photos started coming in when people realized that that's what we were really looking for, was just a connection to her friends and the people that she grew up with that had, everyone has a cell phone, everyone has a set of videos.
Oh, yeah.
And those started flooding in. And
little flip phone pictures and stuff, from elementary school. Like I went to elementary school and I have this,
it's just as beautiful.
It's amazing. And I've told people on that page before that I wish that I could reply to everybody. I can't, unfortunately. But I read all of it. I wake up in the morning and that's the first thing I do. I take about 10, 15 minutes of time reading the messages, the comments, and before I go to bed, that's the last thing I do. And I want the people out there to know how important it is to me, and
made
how
a difference in our lives.
I'll share things with him, like, oh my gosh, look what this person said, or look what this, or listen to this, or I'll screenshot it and share it to my family, and it is it's overwhelming, and it's very emotional, but it also, when they say they share our grief and they pray for us, we feel that. We really do. I don't know where we would be without all the support from our community,
right,
and the support from that page.
Wow.
It's therapeutic for me, and I don't know if the people really realize that. I try to get that point across.
I bet it is
and
therapeutic.
I wish that I could reply to every single comment. I would have to quit my job.
Yeah.
I literally would.
Well, there's over 50,000 people on there.
Yeah,
I think.
And it just, certain pictures just absolutely, people just go insane over, and we try to thank everybody for the gifts that we get, because it just comes in volumes.
Yeah, it's nice to see the world too.
Oh yeah,
it's I love Idaho. This is my community. Always be first, but it's nice to see that my daughter, in a way, has been thought of and seen, and in a way visited all these different places: Australia, Norway,
by proxy. That she's being thought of there. We had a lady go to Jerusalem and wrote a prayer and took a video of her folding up the prayer with our name on it.
It's a smartwatch, but it's not the same smartwatch, everybody. Hers is a circle. Kaylee's smartwatch was a square.
Sticking it into the Wailing Wall.
It's
and took photos and recorded.
It's a circle.
Like the day before all of this.
Yeah,
broke free. So
yeah, we were just like, oh my gosh, this lady's in Jerusalem, and she said, and I said, thank you for thinking of us. And she said, I couldn't not. She was over there on vacation or whatever, visiting, and she thought of our family to stick a prayer into the Wailing Wall.
So that's why it's easy for us to share.
People love you guys so much. They love your daughter, they love your family, they know you now, so they just want to reach out in any way they can, really.
Yeah.
So we were talking earlier about Murphy. Let's talk about Murphy and how special he is. And he still has an Instagram page going that people really love. Do you get to see Murphy? I think people would be
He's a lot
interested.
cooler than us. We're Facebookers. He's
Instagram.
Yeah, he's cooler.
Yes, Murphy is Murphy Gonzalez on Instagram, and Jack runs that page for him. And they do all kinds of things. Jack,
camping.
They go. Jack is very outdoorsy. There's pictures on there with Jack and Murphy paddleboarding. Camping. Murphy's Jack's. I would have to say one of his best friends.
Comes over here.
We haven't seen Murphy for a while, but we do see Jack. But he usually does bring Murphy. But last time he was just kind of passing by working, so he didn't have Murphy with him then. But said that Murphy's doing great, and his family loves Murph. And I have an Instagram account now just so I could follow Murphy because
It's the first dog for their family.
Yes.
We've always had dogs.
Yes.
And Jack always had to put up with the dogs from Kaylee.
Yeah.
And then it kind of went full circles. They got a dog together, and then he became a dog person.
He's a dog dad.
Yes, he's a dog dad. Yep.
Yes.
And it's probably the perfect medicine for him.
Some of their last texts together were, Jack, we share a dog.
You need to talk to
You
me.
need to answer my text message. We share a dog. Literally,
They had joint custody.
Yes, and Jack would come over because they were a little broken up at the time, and Jack would come over and pick up Murphy and take Murphy to the park and then take him home to
Take
games.
turns.
Yeah, it was really cute. I was like, you guys are so funny with Murphy. But
You went with them to go.
yes, we went to Salmon, Idaho.
For like a,
1 week, when they bought Murphy. Yeah. Oh. And they were picking out, and they're like, which one? I'm like, I don't know. I'm just
what was it,
sitting in
like
the car.
7,000 feet, the altitude up there?
Oh, it was crazy when we were going over.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it got really, really high, and there was snow, and I'm like, oh my gosh,
Put
you
them in
guys.
the back car, and they were like, something smells really bad.
Oh, he was so stinky. He was
Poor
so
little guy.
stinky.
Oh, he's such a cute dog. He's your grand dog.
Yes, he's our grand dog.
Yeah.
Grand
So I also
dog.
noticed on Facebook you guys share about beautiful Maddie K.
Yes.
Who is 8 months old now?
Yes, Tuesday. Tuesday.
Yes. So tell us about Maddie K.
Today.
Is it today?
Today.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. Olivia sends us lots of pictures
And videos.
and videos, but she's crawling. She's after her older brother and sister.
She's gonna be a middle child.
she's literally their Kaylee. Because she's got the older two, and so right now, and they plan on having more.
Brother, sister.
And then, oh my gosh, she is a chunk of monk. She loves food.
Every picture's a foodie picture.
Yes, yes, she does, and
She's a foodie.
she's a mover. Yeah, she's a mover. She smiles so much. That baby, every picture is just
Looks like her
smiling and
daddy.
giggling. Yeah, she's a mini Rob.
Yep.
A chunky monk.
She is so adorable.
Tell us about the meaning of her name.
Well, that was, Kaylee and Maddie knew that Olivia was pregnant, and they knew she was having a girl before they passed away. And then,
They planned on being there.
yeah, and but it was just Olivia and I were in the kitchen, and it just came up. We were like, "What are we
Thank you,
What are
AJ.
we gonna do? What are we
Thank you, AG. I appreciate that.
gonna name the baby?"
Everyone was still grieving.
And it just came to us. We got a piece of paper out. We started writing it different ways, and MADDIE, capital KAY, MADDIE dash KAY. And we all like the MADDIE, capital KAY, no dash, the capital K, the capital M.
Said it sounded like a
And
makeup line.
we just fell in love with
Okay.
it.
It does.
So it is her middle name. Theodora is her first name, Theodora Maddie K.
So this baby and all of your grandkids have brought you so much joy.
Yes.
Yeah, good distractions to get out of your head being in a dark spot and think about, what you can do to make every day a little bit better for the people around you.
Mm-hmm. Tell me about the year anniversary. Obviously, it's tough that it's going to be a full year, right? And maybe does it feel like it's been a longer time than that, a shorter time than that? How do y'all feel about the year mark?
I'm hoping we get a schedule. I want to have an end date. I think all the families want an end date. and we're thinking next year will be the end and we can get back to, our lives will never be the same, but they need to go back to where this isn't just, something hanging over our head.
And that's why I question what I question. That's why I talk about what I talk about. And that's why I point out what I point out. And that's why I say I'm about the innocent until proven guilty. Not about a specific person being guilty, but innocent until proven guilty. Because the longer that the innocent is being charged, the longer that family has to sit and wait for that next phase to come. The phase that they just talked about. Just think if something goes down with this trial and BK's found not guilty. They are going to be so far away, and they may never even get to that phase that they're looking forward to. And that's sad.
Thinking next year will be the end and we can get back to, our lives will never be the same, but they need to go back to where this isn't just, something hanging over our head. So we can put this chapter to rest and then, figure out the next move that we want to do as a family. So I'm hoping we get a schedule.
I feel both. I feel like it's been forever, and I feel like it was yesterday. So much of it has just been a blur. I know that it's been tremendously painful. And I know that that's still coming and it's not over. And I don't think that it will ever be over. I mean,
this is where
it would be nice to get the court proceedings over, just so it will be done. I mean, I don't know if I call it closure. It will be done. We do plan on doing Kaylee J Day every year. So last year was the first annual, and we plan on every year getting being bigger and bigger. Hopefully, we're already worldwide in a sense, but we want people worldwide celebrating Kaylee, and we know that's not going to happen in a year or 2 years, but in 10, 15 years down the road, we really hope that her face is just known everywhere.
I think it already is.
I know. It's intense. It's crazy how well known it already is across the world.
Tell us about Kaylee J Day for those who didn't know about it. I remember putting it on the news, so I knew about it. But what happened that day? That's her birthday, right?
Yeah, that's her birthday.
They're 2 weeks apart.
Maddie and Kaylee are exactly 2 weeks apart. Both were Friday babies.
Karen came up with Maddie May Day, which was like do something, caring for other people.
Mm-hmm.
And it went over so well. And it was such a positive thing for her that we're like, you know what? That's the right way to do it.
We knew we had to do something for Kaylee's birthday. So we were like, hey, Karen, do you mind if we kind of like piggyback off this Maddie May Day and do a Kaylee J Day? And so we did Kaylee J Day, do something you love.
Mm-hmm. With the people you love.
Yes. So, doing something you love could be, watching a movie with your husband.
People told us on
go to the park.
I cooked my son's favorite dinner.
Yeah.
Spaghetti.
And, yep.
And that's what we're hoping.
That's what we love,
Bring some positivity to something that is surrounded with negativity.
We went fishing. We drove out to the lake. We watched the sunrise. We watched the sun. I think our very first post for Kaylee J Day was from abroad. And it was like 3 in our morning, and they said, I just watched the sunrise. And I think they were in like England or something for Kaylee J Day.
What do you want to say about all four?
I think behind the scenes, they were a lot closer than we're able to like cross. Every parent wants to be super respectful to the other parents and not, cross any lines. So, privately we talk all the time, and we share information and dates that are coming up and things like that. But it's hard, it's super hard to see them struggling and know that they're going through it, and you feel it 100%. And then you see people criticizing and saying stuff, and, you get very defensive. And I just support them, and I love that everybody's got their way of,
walking this path.
Yeah.
And
helping
different.
people remember them. So when this is all said and done, if you remember these 4 kids, that's the end goal that we're all working towards. And we're going to forget whatever loser did this, whatever monster put this together. He's going to become not the story, and the story will be...
He'll be non-existent.
Yeah, he won't even be around to be remembered, and everyone else will be.
I do think that the famous picture that is out there of all of them with Ethan and Xana and the 2 survivors and
their lives.
I think it kind of sums up their relationship. All of them getting down underneath that porch and taking pictures, and laughing, smiling. I think that sums up their relationships together with each other. They were obviously
very close.
Very close.
Trusting.
Yes.
It was a safe place.
Leaning into each other, smiling. Just in the moment.
It's the community that helps you realize that you can't treat everyone like the person that did this to you. And, I was talking to Jack about some of the songs that she loved, and he's like, one of her last songs that she was listening to was Most People Are Good.
It's a country song.
It's a country song, and I remind myself that when I want to be angry and I'm in the car and something that, Most People Are Good. The page is a reminder of that.
Yes.
And you don't want it to turn you into a monster because something bad has happened to you.
No.
And it's not easy when you see all these different comments being made and all these rumors and the gag order and all these people make up these stories online. It's not a fun process to go through. So you need those people to remind you that most people aren't like that. And
most people are good.
Yeah, most people are good and trying to do the best.
And the people that we have surrounding us, lifting us up in prayer and lifting us up
are amazing.
Sharing this grief with us and, sharing our tears and the love for our girls. It's, we would have never thought that this for one would happen, and that it would become so big and so important to so many and hurt so many. And and we're just blessed to have everybody that we have.
Wow. Amazing. Amazing. No, that one we were going to listen to an interview. I always forget the name of it. Yoli, if you're still in chat, you always remember the name of the podcast. What's the name of the podcast, Yoli? I always forget that damn podcast, but Yoli always remembers. She always saves me. Yoli, if you're in chat, what's the... Thank you, Yoli. See what I'm saying? Surviving the survivor. Thank you, Yoli. You're always saving me with that one. I don't know why. I can never remember the damn podcast name. And it's a great podcast, too. Well, I'm going to be... I think Andrew D. Myers, shout out to them. I think him and I are going to be getting together at some point, and we're going to be talking about the Howard Bloom articles and the Megyn Kelly episode. So that's going to be something else that we're going to be getting into after we finish the police Q&A, all the Q&As. After we get through that, I am going to be starting another part series on the Megyn Kelly videos that she put out a couple weeks ago, I think it was. And so we're going to be going through those. I know there was a lot of shocking stuff that was being said. It'll be an interesting conversation between me and Andrew when it comes to Howard Bloom. So that'll be exciting. I'm not sure when the episode's gonna drop. I know last time that I was on for a Wednesday, it dropped on a Saturday. but it's probably whenever they're able to get around to the editing. But whenever it does drop, I will make a community post and share it to you guys when it does drop. But I know last time it was a Saturday. This one's going to be a little shorter. It's only about an hour. He's still getting past the COVID, and he had a little bit of a sore throat, and so it wasn't too long. But me and Andrew, we're going to be getting together quite often here in the future. It's always great conversations with him and Laney Law. So a couple days probably it'll be dropped, but I'll definitely put a post out there for the community just so you guys can go show him some love and thank him for the support for the community. Definitely appreciate him. Yeah, he's cool. Very awesome. I will be having a Conversations with CJ episode in the future with him where we're going to discuss his path, his journey, what led him into the criminal, but then went civil, different things, life experiences, stuff like that. So that's going to be interesting too. Since it is 2024, I am going to be introducing a lot more interviews into the show channel as well. So there's going to be a lot more Conversations with CJs where it's not only true crime, but it's also just everyday life as well. So thank you so much, everybody. I do want to share it. If you want to come hang out with me tomorrow, we're going to be replaying the episodes of when I was live on the BK arrest. We're going to be watching that episode from back then, and we're also going to be watching the episode when the PCA was released, and I did a live read through on that. So you get to come watch some very green CJ tomorrow. Don't laugh at me too much, okay? We do this from time to time here at the show where we'll go back in time, and you know, I think I'm the hardest on myself when it comes to the critique. So I want to thank you all for hanging out tonight. Appreciate it. If I earn the like, please hit the like, and I will see you tomorrow. And we'll be back tomorrow night, and we're just going to have a just a regular true crime show. We're not going to be covering anything specific. So if you do have anything you want to share with us for tomorrow night's show, please send it to EvilCJ at Discord, Twitter, or Gmail, and we'll go through it. Whatever. We're going to go through a bunch tomorrow night. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Appreciate you. Have a peaceful and positive evening, and I will see you bright and early in the morning. Good night.